20 here, Leda Lanes, Nashua, New Hampshire. My name is Greg Gouillart here with Catapulting Bowling Network, and we will get started in just a moment, but I wanted to click the stream on to give you all time to file in for continued live coverage of this marathon bowling event. The word has just come in from Sean Howard, owner here at Leda Lanes. And the announcement has just been made that the next ball is going to count. So we are just about to get started. I'll check my stream health, make sure everything's in order, but it looks like we're off to a good start. And with that, let's get started. Justin Gilmet is first on lane 22. Gilmet starts out with 4-1, and we're underway in the second half. So we have some interesting developments here. Oh, this pin's gonna swerve. Gilmet turned his back on it. Darn near got it. But first of all, let's go over the standings as we have them. Good 10. Where did I put everything? Gilmet, big hit, 6-pin, trips from behind, and he's gonna like the news when he turns around this time. That's why you don't turn your back no matter what. I say somewhat facetiously. Where are we here? So Gilmet, along with his lane mate Jason Gauthier Jr., both on 112 averages right now. That's good for 43rd at the current moment. Four on the first strike ball. And let's go over the top standings right now. Tim Douglas is your number one, 1,291 pins. That's a tournament average of 129, of course, 129.1. Good cut on that. Again, turned his back. 7 and 3 to go. But in second place, guess who? It's Chris Merrill back in the catbird seat. 1241, although a good 50 pins behind at this point. So Douglas is now putting together a decisive lead at this point. Nine for Gilmet sees him at 36. Calvin Locke, third place, 57 back. Jonathan Boudreau, fourth place, 60 back. Had been hit for Gilmet. Justin's got to get at this tricky 10-pin. Got it. On the left side, and it's a second mark. Spare on the board. Folks, I'd love a few comments. I could see them here if you don't mind just letting me know how the stream's doing, if there's any obvious issues as we've restarted. John Kafala is still holding fifth place right now, 70 pins back. Corey Smith, 71 back. Josh Daly and Corrado Pani tied seventh, 73 back. Tim Hazard, who we just saw, now with an 80 pins back rather. 6 on the spare fill. Gilmet sends the pin, 7-pin, stays put. And Nick Leach rounds out the top 10, 12-10, a 121 average. Gilmetta, 61.5, bringing up Aaron Halbedell. Many thanks again to Dave Barber for furnishing the spreadsheet, which has allowed me to look up a lot of statistics for you throughout. This is Halbedell's 7th Easter Classic right now. Best finish was his most recent 2022 28th place with a 22.63. That's a great slice on the head pin. Close but no cigar. Box. Halbedell again, now 5. And we're getting our audience back. Good to see everyone here. Thank you for finding your way back here, and thank you once again for spending some of your Easter Sunday with us. Apologies to Halbedell. Third ball coming on up. Let's get this 10 recorded properly this time, or 9 as the case may be. Full standings have been posted on our page, Candlepin Bowling Network on Facebook. You can check it out there. Aaron's got a 1-2-7 now. Now a game of currently running a 107 average as we come into this string, into the second half. Already 10 strings of bowling, and the food break was much welcomed by everyone. Hopefully it doesn't translate into a food coma, because we've still got 10 strings of bowling still to go. A marathon format that does bring out the best of the best. Halbedell gets his best look now. 2-4-7. And a spare. So after only leaving one pin on the plate, Aaron Halbedell has his first mark. Dave, thank you so much for letting me know. Six count for Halbedell, and now one more to go. Ooh. Boy, that looked like the sort of pin that could generate some action. He gets 8 in the end. And a nice 53.5. About approaching his current tournament average. Bringing up now Jason Gouillart Jr. For some reason, my software is having a harder time seeing your chat messages, but I will do my best to dither between the streams and make sure I see you all. Appreciate your comments. Thanks so much, Sean. Triangle number 6 for Gouillart Jr. Decidedly with more of a beard than the last time we saw him on New England Candlepins. A great show that I'm commentated by the aforementioned Richie Myrick. Spare for Gouillart. Gouillart Jr. was in 2022's Easter Classic. He had a 2,271, good for 27th place. Four out on this one. Just away from the head pin. Getting half the rack every single time. Gouillart has a chance here to pin out. But it will be tricky with three lonely islands. Skipper off the foul line. Ooh, unlucky that the wood didn't take out the 9-pin. He'll settle for 8. Take this spare smudge away. Sorry about that, folks. Had a lot of things to keep my eye on. I really took my eye off the ball on that. That's all correct now. Three out for Gouillart. One 6-10. Looks like our stream's coming along just fine. And the 10-pin out, and it's an 8. So I do believe, if I recall correctly, I think Gouillart has a certain claim to fame. Let me see if I'm right about that. Big hit strike. Gouillart Jr. is second mark already. Waiting for his lane partner, Dean Sullivan, to reset as well. And yes, he does have the claim to fame I thought he did. Gouillart Jr.'s episode of New England Candlepins was the episode used by the popular YouTube channel Nin Explains, or Nin Lee. That's Ninhly for the last name, Lee. Nin Lee. And he explains a lot of sports, including regional sports, like, say, candlepin bowling. And he picked his match against Artie Gendro to use as an example. It speaks volumes about the production values of that show emanating out of Ryan Family Amusements in Millis, Massachusetts. COVID-19 has no doubt scuttled the schedule, but boy would it be great for that show to come back because it seemed very enjoyable. Gouillart is working against the 3-1 split. My goodness, that pin shot right in front of the 10-pin. It's a good count on the strike. Watch the pin roll. Pin's rolling, tapped it. Yep, new pins here at Leda lanes. Hard to nudge them off the spot, but once they get rolling, boy, do they roll. There's a nefarious cap there. Gouillart negotiates it well and ends up with a 59.5. No mark anywhere, 61, 53, 59. One simple question from one of our folks: how are the Canadians doing? Well, Calvin Locke's in third and Corey Smith is in sixth, so I'd say pretty well. Tim Douglas is currently way out in front, but all it takes is for someone to get a 150 and him not, namely runner-up Chris Merrill, and that could all change. Slow and steady wins this race. Guillemette is back in the saddle, and he's got a 9-drop, 6-pin stance. He had 1 strike and 1 spare a moment ago. Oh, man. It looked on target for the longest time, but unfortunately the 6-pin won't drop. Guillemette was also in the 2022 Easter Classic. He was in 48th place, so the 21.52. A 9. Four down on the first ball. Thanks, Kat. Finally found your YouTube comment. Thank you for letting me know. Looks like the frame rate issue is a little better this time. Hopefully it's improving as we go along. Into the Cav 10 box. Nicely pinned out by Guillemette, his second 10 to go with his 2 marks. Douglas setting the bar early, 129 tournament average. That's the mark to beat right now. 4-7-10. The wood has hit a bit of an angle. I think it's not quite horizontal, but it's front left to back right. Place it fair territory. Who shot the wood behind the 10? Got a good look at that one. Well negotiated by what might count was his first split, implying the head pin as ever. 89 through 8. Tasha Chad, thanks so much. Down 2 to go. Always good on the second ball here. Guillemette hasn't done worse than 9 yet, and with 1 more pin, he can keep that trend alive. 9s and 10s are essential to form the bedrock for success in this tournament, and he gets exactly that. So Troy Fournier, someone mentioned. Well, Chad did, of course. See if he could top his 24-11 in 2014. That was good for 17th place. Six down. The 9-pin exists as well. I am terrified to list all the Canadian bowlers myself because I'm mortified as a silly American that I might miss one. But we've seen quite a few. .107 for Justin Guillemette, and now Aaron Halbadell. Ben, good to see you as always. Thanks for making us a part of your Easter Sunday. Bowling all day, as much as you want to watch. We've got it. Aaron's got his first split. Third ball coming up. Didn't want to hit the curtain on that. Thanks, Nighthawk Farms on YouTube. 7 for Halbadell, unfortunately. Yeah, needless to say, Locke and Smith are not just in this tournament, they are thriving 3rd and 6th respectively. Travis Wallace, I'm fairly sure I saw his name elsewhere. Three down for Halbadell. Big pickup by Halbadell. Yeah, Aaron sure does have it. So the 5-pin was out there as well. It is a pretty leaf when it goes. Now to load it up. He's on the outside again, but living right there. 6. And his second spare fill is 76. Through 7. After that goes on. Ooh. Now the pin action is starting to go. Remember, for updated standings, there's multiple spots. We've posted top 10 strings on Candlepin Bowling Network on Facebook, LedaLanes.com, L-E-D-A lanes.com. Also has the updated standings as often as they can. They're usually about 2 strings back, which is quite impressive, honestly. Aaron's mixing some pins up here, 1, 4, 7, 10. Right side of the headpin, get it at the turn. Ooh, boy. Thought it was going to fly a little bit more than that. This isn't easy either. Spun it over. Not living a lot on the headpin, but is pinning out very well. Good second and third balls. So although it doesn't get spares, it's sure getting pins. Here he comes. 4 horsemen right side. He's got that left to right curve on his ball. Can he slice it to the outside? It's tough because the pocket is angled away from the trajectory of his backup delivery. And it's not to be. But a good finish, a 10 box. And including that scintillating 7-pin make, he's got a 104 string. If you're watching it and it says second of 20, then I'm afraid you've got the other stream. Hopefully you can hear the sound of my voice. Follow the sound of my voice. Jason Gauthier Jr. now. Spare 4 to strike 9. place into this head pin. Boy. Now, depending on how this wood sits, he's got 5, 7, 9, and 10. The play is almost surely on the left-hand piece of wood to the left of the 5 pin. Let's see. On the cap. Now, broadside of the pin would have been more the idea. Just a question of execution, of course. And an 8. Good to see you, Nico. Great turnout here. A lot of family waiting in the wings as well, watching in the wings. It's not a packed house. You can move around pretty comfortably, but that's partially because Leda lanes is just so large. 36 lanes in all, 31 in use for today's tournament. And not to mention the ones that are in Leda's lighthouse across the parking lot. Gouillart's got the headpin on the second ball, and the wood rolls away from the 7 and costs him the mark. Boy, guess that's 9. What does a man gotta do?
I'm gonna buy this guy a drink.
What?
I'm gonna buy you a drink.
Oh, cheers. Gouillart's got the 4-7 as well, so the 1-2-10 remains. This headpin spins around but doesn't quite make it. Dean Sullivan, you can see somewhat off camera on lane 21. He'll be next to take to the featured lane. Ooh, now 1-9. This explosive ball, problem without not getting the headpin though. Can Gouilliart find a way to cut this headpin just straight back? Just away from the headpin. A viewer asks, have the payouts been finalized? You're darn right they have. $4,400 for first place. And then still a lot of money up top. $1,800 for second. Third place, $1,200. Fourth place, $1,100. Fifth place, $1,000. And then running roughly in $100 increments. 15 places will be paid in all. Plus 5 people will win $50 for high single out of the money. So it behooves everyone to keep trying. And not get a DNF. No, but everyone finished the tournament last year. $14,350 in all, plus the 50-50 raffle. Oh, the 7-9 didn't go. There was wood there. JB was hoping to get a little slice on it. Get it just into the wood, but at a complete loss. But still, 1 spare, 1 strike, good pinning, and he will make triple figures. little bit of history here. If I can pull this up. Found the gap, incredible. 9 bucks brings him to 103 for the string. In 1989, when the tournament first began, the payout was wicked top heavy. First place paid $5,000, and then second place, 600 bucks. 5,000, 600, 400, 300, 200, 100, 50, 50. And that was for the first tournament, which attracted 27 bowlers. So there you go, there's your history lesson. So, although the winner doesn't get strictly $5,000, close to it now. That's that. So you see the scores on your screen. We'll keep it here so that you can see everyone else, but we will take an audio timeout as we do after every string. And we will be right back with string number 12 in just a moment. Looks like there are just a couple of lanes still in progress right now. Once the announcement has been made to make the move, I will let you all know. The announcement to make the move has come up, so we will be right back in just a moment. Welcome back. This is string 12 of 20 here at Ray's Easter Classic at Leda Lanes. A little bit early because I wanted to get some factoids in edgewise. First of all, string 11, the highest single in string 11 in the history of the tournament is 173, which is comparatively lower to some of the others we've seen, set in 2002 by the same Chris Petrin who set the 9th string record, and Corey Smith, here in the field today, who set that same 173 in 2013. I have a bit of a technical hiccup here. We'll get that sorted in just a moment. I may as well go over some of the remaining history of the tournament. I mentioned it at the very top of the broadcast, but that's hours ago, so let's go over it again now. It's a tournament this is the 34th running of this tournament. First edition was in 1989, won by Gary Carrington. Back then with a score of 2,789, which is still to this day the second highest score in the history of this tournament, topped only by Jeff Atkins with 2,812 in 1997. The most successful bowler in this tournament, by just about any measure you can think of, is Jeff Surratt. 5 total championships, most straightforwardly, and a couple of runner-up finishes as well, for good measure. Chris Sargent has taken the metaphorical gold medal 4 times and the silver medal 3 times. Craig Holbrook and Gary Carrington both with 3 championship wins, and then 2 wins each to Chris Bovair, Sean Baker, Jeff Atkins, and most recently Chris Merrill in the years 2021 to 22. Again, he's high up in the standings, and the three-peat is still very much on the table. The remaining bowlers all with 1 championship each: Peter Flynn, Kevin Davis, Bob Whitcomb, Chip Carson, Mike Poulin, Chris Hollett, the only Canadian win, Tom Olsta, John Zappi, Jonathan Boudreau, and Brian Fuller Jr. So essentially the situation, the names came up in the wrong spots, and now they have to recycle the pro scores and make sure all the names light up in the correct spot now. And taking a peek over, certainly looks like the names are aligned correctly now, so looks as though we are now on track.
Right.
Rod Brown has pressed the reset button and we are now underway. Rob Brown, Troy Fournier, and Dean Sullivan, high up in the standings, will all feature. Brown, long swooping delivery, takes out everything except the four horsemen left side. This is Brown's 7th Easter Classic. Best finish, 2021, where he got a 2,186, 2186. Misses the second ball. So Brown had a 109 average at best. Right now he has a 105 average, so definitely getting stronger as he goes. He's got another working ball and a 1-2-4 leave. It's tricky for the swinging cross-handed delivery. And a big spare there. 18 and a ball through 2. Brown coincidentally is tied with our executive producer Bob Lee, both of them on that same 105 average. That's as of 10 strings. Most up-to-date standings can be found on LedaLanes.com. Just taking a look here. We don't have string 11 just yet, but I'll keep an eye on it. I'm sure some of you are as well. Four out for Brown, 22 through 2. Down 3 to go. Tough to pin out when you get rid of the middle, and it's going to be an 8. So in just a moment, we will see Dean Sullivan, who's currently running 11th right now. Unfortunately had a 90 string in the 9th, which didn't help matters. But he might still have a chance. Oh, hello, the head pin tripped out for Brown. Now suddenly looking at a 7-pin. Wood seems to be covering it. There might be a slim chance it jams into the sidewall. Has to be a bit careful. Uses the center wood, drives it in perfectly for 2 marks in 2 boxes. Folks, Paul Grant has entered the building. He has just come back from his Easter plans. And we will coordinate it, but eventually we will likely have another camera on the scene and possibly able to follow the action. Bob Lee was mentioning plans to possibly put an additional camera in. This would be a sweet split conversion, not to be. Now takes the more prudent route, aims at the 3-pin more directly. So an unfortunate split for Brown, who just found the range there, but a 54.5, a very respectable. And it brings up Troy Fournier. Fournier has been in 6 Easter Classics, but as recently as 2016, so his first time back at this tournament in a long time. It's great to see him. A 3-1 split. His record was 24-11 in 2014. Good for 17th place. A great cut on that, but no spare. The 4-pin unmoved. But a 10. 3 for 3 object pin accuracy off the bat. Head pin spread eagle. His second split. Fournier is currently running a 113 tournament average. Topped out at a 133 back in string 3 this tournament. Attempting to make that cut there, but didn't end well. Still a chance to pick up 3 more pins. A good out there. Only the 1 pin left. Left the DC special. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. I'm trying to pour through the Dave Barber data here, and it looks as though the margin, it was 1 pin once. I mentioned the Holbrook and Ashline 1990 Easter Classic. That's how close the margin was then. Good pinning for Fournier again. 28 through 3. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was another tournament around 2000 where the margin was also comparably close. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I remember. It was 2000. That's why I think it was 2000. It was 2000. Chris Sargent, in that year, won it with 2,685, a 134 average. Kevin Davis, against that 2685, rolled 2683 and was runner-up that year. 19 years later, Kevin Davis won the tournament. How would Chris Sargent do if he came back today? After all, we showcased his abilities in an exhibition match against Sean Baker here on Candlepin Bowling Network from Portsmouth Bowlerama as part of Candlepins for Cancer. That was a lot of fun to watch, and that sure brought a crowd. Naturally, after we invited Sean Baker to be on that show, he made the actual show by winning a roll-off. Funny how life works sometimes. Fournier's still only lost to 2 pins, and now he's blown them all down. See you later. 48 plus at the half. So a big flourish on the end, and it brings up the Dean of the Palace, Dean Sullivan. Sullivan at last check is in 11th place. Definitely off to an explosive start. He was at top 3 at one point in time. Has had strings of 146, 140, 137, and 135 just today. He bottomed out at 90, but no time like the present. And if the Californian-born talent can get going again, as cushy as Tim Douglas's lead seems at the moment, 50 pins can absolutely disappear over the course of these 10 strings. Currently, Sullivan is 91 back, but even that is surmountable. 3 down to start. Had been 5-8. And a 10. 10 through 1. I'm not sure what the scoring concerns refer to. Everything's up to date as you see it here. I have been behind a few times, but hopefully that's up to date now. 1-2-7-9. I mentioned calling him Dean of the Palace. Dean Sullivan was a juggernaut on the former Fitchburg TV show King of the Palace. With shots like that, you can see why. 1-2-7-9 converted. Yeah, Ben, you said it. I know Dave Maddle is watching our coverage today. Dave, great to see you. Still missed that show. And I heard there were rumblings that possibly it might make a comeback. It's not easy at this point. But we're saying there's a chance. 7 fill for Sullivan. Six pin. Ooh. So working out of his first split, Sullivan takes the prudent route and aims for the single pin rather than splashing and praying with the wood. And he hits it perfectly. Interesting battle of tactics as we fight these pins through. It's a chestnut I've said a few times throughout the broadcast, but every single extra pin you can strain for could be the equivalent of 3 marks more down the stretch. If you figure an average spare fill is 6.5. And 1 extra pin turns into 20 pins, then that's pretty much equivalent. 20 and 19 and a half. And a spare. Second mark and 4. This try, got a piece of the 2 pin. That will be enough to grab a fill out of this. The count is 5 and it crosses 50 at just the 4th box. 1, 3, 5, 8, 9. Sullivan darn near got there. And I should mention, of course, Dean Sullivan's past history with the tournament. Sullivan has bowled in it as far back as 1998, his 20th participation in the tournament. He has topped out in 7th place in 2019. Now there's a mark of improvement. In 1998, honestly, he had 1930. 2003, 23-19. But 8th and 7th in 2018 and 2019. Robert Brown back up here. Rob's got the 4 horsemen. Ooh, ran it down on the outside. That was sweet. Some even frame magic for Brown. Previous fills were 4 and 6. Brown lays into the head pin this time, boy. Second time he's split on a spare fill. That's too bad. Cuts the pin, 6-10. He's come away with 8 after every third ball. Gets the extras this time. He's got 10. And still possibility of 110 if he can pin out perfectly from here. Or more with some extra marks. Sure caught. Big ball by Brown. Again, the even frame delivers a mark. Yes. Oh. Brown mixing well. 8 pins on the first strike ball.
Daddy, how's work?
Zuffalato's shouting things, trying to pick up my mic. 9 fill for Brown on the strike. But with Evan Riva stood next to him, he says, "Matty, how's work?" Madison, please advise. 9 box for Brown, 108. What do you guys think about please advise in an email? Seems a bit curt to me, but that's just me. Now, if Brown's to get a neat mark in this even number frame, he'll, well, I said need a lot, but 135. The problem with the wood in the middle is it risks deflecting the pin. If Brown strategically places this, there is a way to negotiate it. He goes on the red line of the wood and it strips the 3 pins straight out. So 8. Had 4 8 boxes, but hey, 116, nothing to sneeze at all. Great string for Rob Brown. And now up comes Troy Fournier on a strike fill.
Ah, what are you doing?
Fournier, ooh, looks good going down. Strength 12 of 20. Recently got a break, but these can be tough strings. Who's prepared to go the distance? Fournier shot the pin across. Did that go in front of the 6? 9 on the strike, and 9 in the box. As you see it here. Now, the nickel and dime for Fournier. If that pin sits right there, Fournier can go end to end with this one. The highest 20th string, Ben, is Dave Dupuis at 180 in 2003. Good stick there, 76. Five drops, 7-8 stays. Does Fournier have a play on this? He might. There's 3 pieces of wood. Front one seems treacherous. The back 2 probably have more of a chance. Oh, caught a slim piece of the wood. 5 will go. Oh, the 7 did as well. Fournier gets it. Oh, that's going to be a fun one to watch back over and over. Seemed like he got on the wood. Found a way to go. Got nothing, then got the 5, and then got the 7. Faye, how's your entertainment factor now? Now he loads it up with a bunch. There's no doubt about that one. Spare strike for Fournier. And a chance to now easily broach the 120s. We're talking about an average across 20 strings, but high 120s is the championship tier. You know, I'm looking at Fendo on lane 24 over there. He also had a mixing spare and then loaded it up with a strike. Waiting for pins to descend on 22. So last year's tournament featured 70 bowlers. Top 5 there, Chris Merrill, 24.93. Second place, Evan Riva, 24.81. John Winchell, 24.63. Dave Godwin, 24.51. And Sean Baker, 24.48. Dave Barber, Jonathan Boudreau, Joey Lister, Chris Bover, and Adam Melanson rounded out the top 10. Fournier's ready, and we're on a strike fill. Lays into it, close, but we still haven't seen a double strike on this lane today. Still mathematically impossible to crack the 145 we saw in this lane by Jeff LaPierre. .170 is the high single in the field today. And the pin is removed. Great job by all the runners here at Leda Lanes. Always attentive to the goings on. On the second ball now for Fournier. Shooting at the 4-9. Just wide, but picks up a 9th pin on the strike. And into the 120s, Fournier goes. 125. Dean Sullivan next up. Hasn't had a bona fide leave yet, although has been making some of his own luck. Two conversions after missing the head pin. Let's see if Sullivan can find some more ways to succeed here. Still awaiting results of string 11. I don't have that yet, but we've always been 2 behind, of course, in terms of obtaining results. As soon as we have more, I will advise. Here we go. I was about to mention 2021 results, but I'll get to that in just a moment. It's incredible the overlap we have here. So number 1, Chris Merrill, of course, in 2021. That was with a 25.80. Second place, Jeff Surratt, 25.31. Jonathan Boudreau, 24.85 was third. 24.67 for Sean Baker, fourth. And Chris Bover, fifth, 24.59. The 1A10 for Sullivan. Rounding out that top 10, Steve Reno Jr., Kevin Davis, who won in 2019, John Winchell, Jim Ayotte, and Mark Smith. That was the same year, of course, Mark Smith threw that 198, tied for third highest single of all time in this tournament. Boy, I tell you, the second and third balls were in the correct spot for Sullivan, but nothing really moved much, so he'll end up with 67. Next up, we got Billy Bloom, Evan Riva, last year's runner-up, and Nick Zuffalato, freshie. If you've been seeing freshie on your score sheets, that's him. Zuffalato made a lot of deep runs in Pro Series events, but we'll get to that in a moment. Sullivan rips it out. Oh boy, did he get it? Not quite. Almost a backdoor strike. The Julian, as they say up in Canada, I'm told. It might be frozen. It isn't, I'm afraid. That pin, I believe Sullivan got the wood that time, so that was frozen. And the 10 boxes collected for a 77 through 7. 2 marks so far. Sullivan's got the head pin this time. Carved in a little full. Same leave we saw Angel Morales make a few moments ago. That was in the first half coverage. 3, 4, 6, 10. Sullivan, oh boy, a little more to the left, and he probably had the cut on that. Good prudent pinning there. Makes it 9 for Sullivan. Sullivan's got the head pin again and another split. Still waiting for a bona fide leave. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. That's about the best he could do with that. Box. So 94, still a chance for 110s if Sullivan can mark in this final box. 3 head pin hits, all splits. This time Sullivan's got the head pin. It's perfect. 104 plus 2. The remote possibility exists of a 120 string. And remember, Sullivan has that 120 average, at least going into the 10th. I look forward to getting the 11th string results in just a moment. I expect I will have that after this string for you all. Got the head pin again. Sullivan left the 410. This is on the 10th box fill. And he guarantees himself 110s. Spins the pin, not bad at all. The fill is 9, 113. Great strings all the way around from the 3 of them. Troy Fournier, that's 2 strikes and a spare, all very well filled. There was a strike 9, a spare strike 9. That's how you arrive there, including with only 3 pins left standing in the other 7 boxes. One thing I'll ask folks, if you guys like what you're watching, please like the video on whatever platform you're on. Press the thumbs up button. And that way, other people have the chance to see, maybe discover this great game. At the very least, make sure that everyone who wants to see this gets to see it on their news feed. We'll take an audio timeout here, and we will be right back with Billy Bloom, Evan Riva, and Nick Saffalato in just a moment. Folks, I can share some updates with you right now. We have the 11 string results. Tim Douglas remains in first place. He'd rolled 113 though, so his average slips to 127, only 127. Calvin Locke and Josh Daly have both thrown 150 strings. Calvin Locke dished a 158, putting him just 12 pins back and giving Canada a hope for their second Easter Classic championship. Josh Daly, 155, puts him 31 back of Douglas. Tim Hazard, 149, back up there, 44 back. Chris Merrill, 116, keeps him in it with 47 back. John Kafalis, an amazing story right here. You've seen him on TV shows before, and of course his own YouTube channel. The Urbinator dished a 130, 1351, he's 53 back. 7th place, Jonathan Boudreau with 110. Corrado Pani, C-, 117, 1335. And tied in 9th, 2 more Canadians, Corey Smith, 111. But then out of nowhere, Adam Melanson dumps 163 pins on the plate and now has the same 1331 to tie for 9th place. The move is being made right now. As I mentioned, string 13 wheel feature. Billy Bloom, Evan Riva, and Nick Zuffalato will have that in just a moment.
All right, time to make your move.
Paul Grant has arrived as well. I do not know yet what the remote plan is, whether it will be an additional or replacement stream. Paul is currently only equipped to go through Facebook, but there is a way, I'm fairly sure, for you all to see the channel. Yes, that's right. Facebook.com/CandlepinCBN. If it comes to that, you do have a way to access the Facebook-only stream, even if you do not have a Facebook account, which is perfectly understandable. And either way, you will be able to catch the remaining coverage no matter what. So as soon as we know more, I will have either Bob or Paul update you. But for right now, here we are on lane 22, and as soon as the scoreboards light up, Billy Bloom will start us off in the 13th of 20 strings. Scoreboards are lit up. I'll light up this one here. String 13, we're underway.
Good seeing you. Oh, sorry about everything. Where is he? All right, I'll go get him.
Bloom starts away from the head pin. 1, 2, 4, 10. Got the 3 on the left side. It rolls into the 10. Perfect. Spare to begin. New pins can roll. They don't budge, but they do roll. Billy Bloom comes in after 11 strings, had a 109 tournament average. Washes out 8. That all drops into the first box. Great start here. Pocket is available on the 1-3. He's got the right to left ball. But hits the wood and it's not frozen. Seldom when it's in that position is it frozen. Make it 9, 27 start. Bloom had a 120 in the 11th string. And that is, in fact, his highest string of the day, although he's had a couple others, 119, 118, 118, 117. Looking for that explosive string, perhaps. Remember, there's $50 on the line for the top 5 singles out of the money as well. So in addition to avoiding any stigmas of not finishing this 20-string tournament, there's still a chance to get paid no matter what. 5-pin cluster here. 5-9 hiding. Bloom mixes the pins, does well to get 4 out of 5. Third ball away, it's 9. Bloom has 4 previous Easter Classics. In 2017, came in 8th place, 24.85. And then his other 3 in the 2200s. Check mark in 7. At least there's a little extra in front of the 7-pin. So it's a forgiving cut shot required. Boom, outside. Oh my, he spun it in front of the 7. Mercy. Good to see it, Brandon. 10. $46 through 4. So I look around, I remember there was an air of seriousness about this point last year, but still seems to be a pretty lively atmosphere. Of course, I was in the lunchroom and everyone's still in very much like high spirits. Sure, it's competitive, but the camaraderie above all among candlepin bowlers is fantastic to see, even though there's a lot of teasing involved as well. That's a spare. Bloom picks it up after going by the head pin first time, and he's got a chance for a 60 half. And now last year's runner-up, Evan Riva. In fact, this is his second Easter Classic. The first one was the runner-up campaign. Similarly, Chris Merrill, also out of Maine like Riva. Merrill had bowled 2 Easter Classics previous. This is his third. Merrill has never lost an Easter Classic in his life. Riva has the 4 horsemen left side. Headpin hit. And a 9. Riva dished a 128 in the 11th string. Currently running at an exact 1,300 through 11 strings. That's a 118 tournament average. Six pins below average right now, but plenty of time for that to change. Getting married soon to Maddie Kelly. To which I always say that that's probably going to put mixed doubles competitions out of business the moment that happens. Maddie, of course, is in first place among the ladies in the mixed competition for Candlepins for Cancer out of Sanford, Maine. A 7 for Riva. Evan tried out as well, but didn't make the show, which I confess disappointed me a bit. But star-studded lineup there. We can't wait to bring that to you next week. but for a wedding I have in 2 weeks' time, I would be there as well. But Paul Grant and Mike Morn will be there, and it promises to be a great show. That's next Sunday. Ooh, I believe 11 a.m. out of Bowl A Rama in Sanford, Maine. Bowl-A-Rama, but differentiating from our friends in Portsmouth, Maine. Portsmouth, New Hampshire, excuse me. Gettable for Riva. 136. Outside, got it. Off the wall. But it goes. And there's the jump start the string needed. I mentioned that obscure Bowl, Maine show they taped a few pilots of. Both Evan and his mother appeared on those shows. So, Bowl, Maine, M-A-I-N-E, the state. Quite enjoyable viewing. Drops 8 on it. Riva's got it. 44 and a ball. Tell you something, seeing this leaderboard is exciting. I'll read it off one more time in just a moment, but first, Riva's 5th. Spare Phil, 7. So again, he's got that working ball here. The sick part is, I don't think Riva's hit the headpin a single time. And yet, the power and angle of his ball is just so incredible. And it just digs in, and it creates a leave just about every single time. Now he's got the 136 to work with. Just off the headpin. Got a pin, that's 9 and a 60 half. Now on to Freshie in your programs. That is to say, if you're looking at LedaLanes.com. Currently a 109 average, 1208. Yet another bowler from the juggernaut Lucky Strike team out of Worlds. Buries the head pin just full. The 9 pin as well. Sun is starting to set here in Nashua, and that means it's starting to get to crunch time. Hope you've been enjoying your Easter Sundays today, and thank you for making us a part of it. Everyone here truly appreciates it. 5 to go. It's 8. I swear my photos and I swear my photo might be an entry under Gullible. Maddie just ripped me. Oh, I can't see Nick Savalato. Probably ripping Nick more so. Made me look. Good to hear from you. Seven down. One, 3, 7. really has a lot of English on his ball when he shoots it. Wow, he rang the 7-pin. Ooh, that was close. He wanted that badly. $10. All right, 3 down here. To your point, Maddie, if he did stand up, maybe he'd have an easier time of it. Good second ball for Zuffalato. Ryan Hogan, if you see this later, thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Wood's available for Zuffalato. He'll spin the wood and get to the strange way for another 9. Losing only a pin per box. Tim, wonderful to see you. Much appreciated. Freshie in the headpin. See ya. Strike. Stands and delivers. Oh, Gregory. You gotta pull up the Easter Classic history. What are you doing? Yeah, Zuffalato's got a 6 tournament history with the Easter Classic. Best finish 2017 when he was 15th with a 23.86. In there on the strike, close. And still we are denied seeing a double on our featured lane. There's Wood in the channel. Zuffalato must not hit it before he hits the 10. He's the last person I have to tell that, and he's nailed it. Strike spare, great finish to the half. And now every single bowler here can crack 60 as it brings back up Billy Bloom. Bob Lee, our executive producer, here as well, but in the midst of bowling right now. Bob's still holding his own, still got that 105 average. Come on, Bob. I say with absolutely no bias whatsoever. Two spare fills on the board. Bloom's one of them. Here he comes. Turned it over a bit. The old lemon drop. Someone has given me $1 for the lemon drop pool, so in effect, and it goes to a good cause, Candlepins for Cancer. And Bloom escapes to that with a 9. Nothing lower than 9 for Bloom. Half Worcester, left side. Bloom gets it out there. 4-5-7. That's that little bit extra. It's front of my mind, but it reminds me of how Sean Baker usually tries to loft the ball just that little bit further out. Multi-time champion of the Easter Classic, Sean Baker. That little extra, I say the word carefully, loft out there. I don't want to say the other L word. That has connotations. 6-pin down, Bloom's best look of the string so far. On a head pin hit. Gets it. Third mark. Chance again to crack into the 110s. Didn't pan out last time, but another opportunity here. Hello to you there in Prince Edward Island. Bloom's got the fill this time. Is he going to get an extra pin? Tip over 6, get over. You were hit. Yep. 3-pin will go. 3-pin will not go, I beg your pardon. 6 drop 91. It's there. The wood looks to angle the 3, 8, and 10. But Bloom couldn't find the range. Hey, there's 2 pins. I'm still trying to figure out how that other pin fell. It fell almost forwards. Brings up the century for Billy Bloom. Ian, I meant to call you by name. Thanks so much. Bloom digs in. 4-6-7, boy. These pins are new as of last Easter Classic, and it did result in the lowest highest score in the history of this tournament. The first time it dipped below 2,500. Not to take anything away from Chris Merrill, who clearly has the consistency required to win this tournament. Winning this tournament is never an accident. To somewhat rephrase something that Craig Holbrook said. $8 and a 108 for Bloom. There it lights up. Evan Riva's next. One 3-8-10 for Riva. Someone mentioned soreness. Well, some people say, oh, it's easy to make it to 20 strings. It's harder to wake up the next day. That was one of the bowlers. Big spare, Riva. 3 and 6. The runner-up starting to make waves here. 10 ahead of pace. He needs a few more marks to really get up there. And to say the high 120s that Tim Douglas is demanding from the rest of the field at the moment. Opportunity now. Riva dishes it and strikes. His 4th mark is a decisive one. That's one way to catapult yourself into the high 120s. That's the express route. The interesting thing is his ball almost crossed over there, and it was his first head pin hit all string. So clearly Riva throwing a working ball. Can't ask for more is right, Ben. Imagine if Riva was hitting the head pin every single time. Incredible ball. Tries again. This time he's washed out, but he gets the head pin anyway. Oh, baby. Well, a lot of people think, oh, these pins are impossible just because they're brand new, which is, of course, the height of quality. Riva, he gets low on the wood. He's got it. Takes another 20 out of the ATM. 110. And now we're starting to sniff into the high 130s territory, pending this fill. Goodness, we have to wait for a reset. I can hardly wait to see this. Highest string we've seen so far in this lane was 145 by Jeff LaPierre. The highest 13th string in the history of this tournament was 188 by Craig Holbrook. Riva now digs in on the head pin, but only comes away with 7. That's the thanks you get for hitting the head pin. 367, angles everything. Oh, the wood disappeared and back. And he got to the correct side of the 3. Riva completes the 10 and is now on 127 through 9. Unless the gates to Hades open up under the lane, he's virtually assured 130. Either that, or if he gives me this box to throw. It's buried in. Now, this is not as friendly a leave as he's gotten away from the head pin this time. 1-3-7-8. Head pin, got 3. Pin picked again, 137 for Evan Riva. 1 strike and 4 spares, and 5 pins left on the plate. In those 5 non-marked boxes. Zuffalato now, who finished that half very well. Strike spare. And that's not including a near miss against it was the 137 where he curled it around that corner pin. Could have easily had a 3rd. Freshy deals. Got the head pin. Drops 9 on the spare, and again he fills a mark well. Yes, Ucha's got it. Count the pin, count the mark. Now Zuffalato's starting to make some noise. Hasn't had the sort of day he's wanted, but day is only just becoming night. Here in Nashua. And he's on pace to soar past his 109 average. He busts it up just. Thank goodness that 3-pin dropped at the last moment. And he's 23 ahead of schedule. Oops, the range gets away, and the mark streak stops at 3. Plays safer, more inside. That makes sure he gets it at least a 9, which is the important foundation. I mentioned it many times at the outset. Getting those pins is a big deal. A memorable moment comes when Nick Zuffolato was featured here last year. He faced that dreaded 1-4-6-7-10, that like full Worcester with the 5-pin missing as well. And he made it all, and he celebrated, because of course he should. It's a big moment in the tournament when you can save those pins and keep your string on track. Because if you have one off string and you're trying to go for the first, you don't often get many second chances. Triangle number 6. Zuffolato punches through the object. Has had 5 consecutive good hits on the head pin, Zuffolato has. Brings up 100 in the 8th. Zuffolato digs into the head pin. Now he's got another triangle, this time number 2. 6th consecutive time he's gotten a positive result on the head pin. Got it! Mark number 4 for Zuffolato. Freshie is on a roll. I'm not sure if it's visible on camera. I think it's just off camera, but Zuffolato has a towel at the back of the approach to clean his shoes with. All mixing on the spare. 3, 9, 10. He wants that wood to turn. Turn, turn, turn. It did, sort of. 7 count, 117. Right side of the wood collected. Well played. And he'll go 11, proverbially. So a split conversion with wood. And Zuffolato could bust into the 130s. Striking he ties Riva for what it's worth. Oh, boy. Crossed over, I suppose. Crossovers leave kings. 133. And a great showing from our featured bowlers here. Joe Booley, Nick Leach, and Matt Zusi, Leda Lane's trio, coming up next. We're looking forward to that as they move from 21 to 22 and all the bowlers move accordingly. String 14 is coming on up. We look forward to seeing you then. We'll take an audio timeout in the meantime. See if I can grab some updates as well. Folks, I've got some updates to share. So we just completed the 13th string, and I have results through 12 as posted in-house here at Leda Lanes. Your leader remains Tim Douglas. Just as soon as I say that, I lose the image. 130 in the last string. Now a 127 average. Tim Douglas is not slowed down after a dozen strings. Josh Daly, after putting 155 in the 11th, hits a 140 in the 12th and is now in second place, 19 pins back of the leader. Calvin Locke, 113, loses ground, but still 27 pins back. Chris Merrill, close to Douglas's 130, has a 127. He's now at 48 pins back, so 27 to 48, the gap starting to form here. That's 2 pins average apart. Tim Hazard, 122, 5th place. That's about his tournament average. Boudreaux, 128, good for 6th. Adam Melanson, 135, following his 163. So he's moving his average up nicely and is now 66 back of the lead, averaging 122. John Kafalis, 114, still in 8th place, 122 average. Steve Reno Jr., he's been a top 10 finisher before, 125. And it's 90 back of the lead. And Corrado Pani, 104, still maintaining a 119 average. That rounds out our top 10. Of note is that Evan Riva is currently at a 118 average after 12, but we just saw him roll that great 13th string. Everyone's making the move now, and we will get started with string 14 in just a moment. Joe Booley, Nick Leach, and Matt Susi due up. Hello and welcome, string 14 here at Ray's Easter Classic, Leda Lanes, Nashua, New Hampshire. Record-setting field, 93 bowlers here taking part. And here it's a family affair. Whoop, the old lemon drop. Booley drops the 4-pin and we're underway here. Saw Sean Booley just a moment ago. Sean Howard and Lexi Howard Booley doing a great job maintaining this tournament. Again, my name is Greg Gouillart. This is Candlepin Bowling Network live on Facebook and YouTube. If you like what you're watching, please like the video, hit the thumbs up button. And please consider following or subscribing on Facebook and YouTube respectively so that you're always in the know about all our videos. Either way, thank you so much for your support just by watching. It really is a great help. Booley's got the 379. Doesn't get the ideal mix out of it. Riding the rails. Ooh. Maybe he was hoping for close to the object pin, but that was impressive to walk that tightrope. Trying for the thin cut on that, doesn't go. This is Joe Buglia's 11th Easter Classic. Best finish 2016, 32nd place, 22.76, about a 113 average. He's got the 610 here and a good look. Lost it in the channel, I'm afraid, so the best as he can do is 9 with this. And a 9. An 8, excuse me. Forgetting what I said mere minutes ago. Bully mixes out 5 pins. 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. Running a 102 average. Third ball coming up. 1, 3, 5, 8 still to get. Nicely pinned out, turning 6 into 10. One, 2, 10. Bully takes aim. Got the 1, 2, not bad. And 9. So 42.5 for Bully, and that brings up Nick Leach. Nick Leach bowls with Team Academy 1 in the Friday Night Pro League. Currently has a road average of 110. Swoops in and gets a 1.368. This is Nick Leach's 12th Easter Classic. And he's getting better and better as he goes. 2019, 14th place, 23.96. 2021, 18th place, 2003, 34. Not bad considering the existential dread in between those 2 years. A 10 box to begin. Goodness knows I will never take for granted again how wonderful it is to be in a packed bowling center with a wonderful buffet and with good international company. Leach has the 5-7. What is sitting there? Leach is staring at it. Of course, he has to stop by rule. Let's see what he does here. Plays on the cap, it spins out. Thought it was gonna thud right into the 7-pin, perhaps. Deflected to the 5, maybe? Of course, the standard cut shot was there, but that might have been harder still. $8. Leach deals 1, 3, 4, 7, 9, 10. Head pin buried. Leach fighting for pins. That's how this game goes sometimes. Spins the wood, perfect out. 10 again. Only the 2 pins lost in box 2. Leach, of course, featured in our Worlds coverage. With a team with Leda Lanes and Matt Susi. And yet, ironically, with a Massachusetts-themed name. And on the off chance the YouTube monetization gods are watching, I dare not say what it is. Spare! So after losing just the 2 pins, Leach on a spare. We've seen lots of turnaround strings here. You see them get off to a slow start, but then by hanging in there and then getting that mark, they start to solve the lane and start to find their way to possibly a 120 string. By not losing any ground, Leach gives himself a chance to make the most of this. He's got an 8 drop. Now you see how he's getting better as he goes. Wood there, ball deflected to the left side. That was interesting. It's firmly behind the 7-pin, of course. Matt Susi warming up visibly. Pin collected, Leach has a 10. So only the 1 mark. But good overall from Nick Leach, and now Matt Susi. Nick Leach and Matt Susi both bowl out of the same division in the Atlantic Catapulting Singles Tour, ACST North Division 1 Class A. And they are neck and neck. Susi has a 111 average and Nick Leach has a 113 average. Susi begins with a half Worcester. Same Worlds team, remember. Susi got a piece of a pin. Got a lot more, darn near made it. 10-pin stands. $9. Matt Susi has not missed a single Easter Classic since 2007. This is his 16th. Best finish was in 2017, 7th place, 25.01. He also cashed in 2021 when he got 11th place with a 24.13. Explosive up and down bowler. And runner-up in the winner, excuse me, in Division A. Death Taxes and Gregory bungling the names of championship winners. 2 more. Zusi gets the pins, more than half the rack, and escapes with an 8-out. Zusi lays in there, head pin hit, 2 stand. But it's the 4 and the 6. The wood in front of the 4-pin is very flat. It will be difficult for Zusi to negotiate. No, was trying to get on the right tip of the wood. He ends up missing everything, but he was near enough where he was trying to aim at. Just not near enough to get the mark. That's the shot. So the shot wasn't on in any event, and Zusi does pick up the pin. 9 is fine. Could use a few tens to, could use a 10 to supplement that 8 box, but otherwise doing quite well. Zusi's got to leave. 1, 2, 4. Zusi currently at a 106 tournament average this time around. That's as of the 12th string, the latest string for which we have results. By the time we get done with 15 strings, we'll have 13 by now.
I mean, it's a good friend. He's like, here I go.
Gets away from the head pin this time, so 9 down, 1 to get.
Oh.
9 again.
Come on, throw it out.
Matt Zusi, of course, is employed here at Leda Lanes. So naturally, Lexi Howard Booley on hand offering encouragement. Got the head pin, they mix. 2, 5, 8. The only mark we've seen from the trio so far is from Nick Leach. That was in the 4th. On the object, the 8-pin blocks him. The 2-5 just split apart and left the 8-pin all by its lonesome. Nine box 44 half. Brings up Booley. David, I believe the high single today so far is 170, but I've been wrong before. I've already gotten it wrong once today. 1-2-4 for Booley. Chance here, it's away from his right to left delivery, but got it. The pocket was facing away from Booley's natural direction of travel on his ball. He got it. So, reminder of the standings once again. This is through 12. Tim Douglas, 15-32. Josh Daly, 19 back. Alvin Locke, 27 back. Chris Merrill, 48 back. Tim Hazard, 50 back. Boudreaux, 63 back. Melanson, 66. John Cafalas, minus 67. Steve Reno Jr., minus 90. And Corrado Pani, C-, minus 93. Apologies for the tardiness and updating. Booley's got a 5 fill. That's correct as you see it here. Oops, that'll be 7. You know, the nice thing about seeing 31 times 3 bowlers is that no one's going to be left by their lonesome. Looking forward to seeing Tarigny and Van Dyke. And he come around to lane 22. One, 8, and 9. And a 9. Deals away. Oh, 10-pin drops out. Hello. Got the head pin splash he needed. Wood is way out in front. Has to be careful with how he negotiates this Wood. Best case scenario is you get it on the red line and it drives straight back. If indeed it's froze against the plate. Let's see. Plays right side, spun it out into the side of the wall, as it were. And a 9. Next up, we got a good trio. Nate Lee's Jim Ayotte, and Chris Bovair. Chris Bovair already proven success in this event. Ayotte, of course, was high up in the standings, and Nate Lees, of course, has the potential to be up there one day as well. Good bounce back shot. I tell you, that cluster of 7 is more makeable than it seems sometimes. I've seen it go frequently. I have a pretty good track record with it. I also have a lot of practice with it. Score that 9, 91 strength for Booley. Brings up Nick Leach. a spare 8 in the 4th, digs in, head pin hit, got an 8 drop. Last time he had a quality leave, he converted it. Three, 6, just behind. Nine box 65. Here's another bowler of note. Mike Poulin has had sneaky good success in this tournament when he participated in it between the years 1990 and 2011. 20 Easter Classics he did in that time frame, and he had 10 top 10 finishes in those 20. Half the time he was one of the top 10 bowlers. Champion in 1998, third place in all of 1990, 1991, 1993. Total prize money, $11,350. Leach has a lot of wood to spin. That wasn't bad at all. Getting the 910 with that is impressive. Only in Candlepin is making the 910 sometimes mundane, at least if you're one of the world-class bowlers like Leach is. His team made that semi-final run in last year's Worlds at Academy Lanes in Haverhill, Massachusetts. Converts the split on the third ball, I should say, for a 10. Deals away. 10 drops out. 1, 3, 6, 8. Ben Witz did the math. That's $23,000 in today's money. $85 for Leach. Leach carves in 4-6. Ooh, 4-pin. Oh dear. Wood's gonna flatten out right in front of the plate as Leach turns around briefly. Tough to get Wood against the plate to do exactly what you want. Leach spins. Ooh, the wood behind was working, but just spun out behind the 6. And again, another split. Stumps Leach. Again, he pins it out. That's his 6th 10 box of the string. So despite only having the 1 mark, he can still reach 105. The time he had the 8 fill, that was a split as well. Tell you something, 1-in-1 splits are probably my least favorite. Those pins do matter in a 20-string format, but it probably gives the least to discuss. If you have few pins taken out, then it's a big intrigue to see if you escape on the 3rd ball. And of course, if you get a good leave, then of course the spare is obviously intriguing. An intriguing leave. Triangle number 2, 2, 4, and 5. If my eyes don't deceive me, it's possible the 4-pin is shifted slightly left, so the physics of this triangle change to a more scalene sort. Nope, just wide. He splits it just fine. Well worked out by Leach, and again a 10. The 7th 10 box of the string brings up its 105. Now over to Matt Zusi on a 44 half.
Billy, we tied. I got a 118 too.
Susie's got a working ball here on the head pin. 6, 7, 9, and 10. The only wood to speak of is between the two clumps, and it's front left to back right. As to the left side is closer to the bowler. Looking to get on the cap, possibly send it over. Well, it's tough to get end-to-end wood as opposed to spinning wood to generate the action you want. Tried the wood again, and it's a 7. Dr. Seuss, as he's called, gets on the head pin, and gee whiz. That is the 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. How does that happen? If you get 10 out of this, that should get bonus points. Susie's going to give it a ride. He made that! Seriously! On the 6 pin and gone. Well, that's one of the most outrageous things I've seen all day. I tell ya. I mentioned Matt Zusi can be an explosive bowler. ACSD championship pedigree. This is some 5-string competitions. Ooh, that was fun. Watch him load it up now. Big time. 5, 7, 9. Well, time for another circus shot. We'll put 7 on the mark. Zusi takes aim. Hit the wood, got it again. Back to back. Split conversions, this time with wood. Well played. So there were 9 pins lost on the earlier frames, but now Zusi has the chance to really get this train on the rails. Zusi deals away. He's got a split again. I'll tell you, 3-2 is my favorite circus shot of all time. This one's pretty when it goes. 5 more, 83 through 8. It would have been nicer if the red line was lined up nicely to the 3, but unfortunately the high piece of wood is what he's looking at. So it's likely to spin and be more unpredictable, unless maybe Zusi can place it to the right of the 3-pin. Maybe it'll work better there. He's on the 3-pin directly. That's pretty good action, all told, getting 4 out of 5. A little disappointed it didn't go, but you sort of start to half expect them when you start making big shots like that. Mishaps. 9 bucks. He threw up the 2 fingers. He's right. And then throws up 2 more fingers.
That's way too much. That's fine. If he doesn't have it, I'll take it. It's like 10 grand in there. I'll take it.
I'll tell him.
That's not this way. I'll just move it to mine. Where they made.
Third ball coming up.
Never mind.
3 down, 7 to get. So as he gets some back pins at 6.98 is the string. Folks, before we go to the audio timeout, just wanted to say how wonderful it is to see all of you here, especially family of some of the bowlers. That was one of my favorite parts of broadcasting this last year and this. And in the same spirit of that, just want to give a personal shout out real quick to Landon and Leah, my niece and nephew. Leah and Landon, my niece and nephew, I guess, respectively. Love you. Looking forward to seeing you when I have the chance, and hope Auntie Leah's taking good care of you. Be right back with string number 15 in just a moment. There's the magic button, and there's the magic microphone to let you know the latest results. You just saw string number 14, and I have the results through 13. Well, good news. I have old news. Tim Douglas is still your tournament leader, currently running a 128 average, his last string 139. Getting stronger in the second half as he goes, 111, 130, and 139. Josh Daly, 126, 32 pins now behind with an exact average of 126. Calvin Locke, 110, puts him 56 back now. Chris Merrill, 114, now 73 back, the defending champion slipping away. Adam Melanson, 125, starting to gain on the aforementioned. He's now 80 back. Tim Hazert, 106, Jonathan Boudreau, 111 previous strings. hanging them in there. And the other bowlers within 100 pins are Corey Smith, who just rolled 135 and is now back in the picture, and John Kafalis, 104. And he's got a 120 average, along with Evan Riva. Riva, you saw, roll at 137. And that is creating a difference here. Thanks for waving instead of doing something else. No, you're good, you're good. Welcome back. String number 15 underway. I need to enter some more names. Lees, Ayotte, and Bovair coming on up. Now you see it. Here's Nate Lees underway on the head pin for 7-10. Nope, 4 pin's going to drop. Thanks for nothing. Now all the wood's going to disappear and just make this worse and worse and worse the longer you look at it. 7-10. Whoop. Well pinned out by Lees, accurate on every single ball for a 10. This is Nate Lee's 6th Easter Classic. Best finish? Well, his finishes have been getting better and better with time, pretty much. In 2019, 29th, 2241. 2021, 27th, 2270. 2022, 19th place, 2,329. Digs in away from the head pin this time, 7.
Okay.
That's better. Looking for the out here against these pins. At least gets the head pin and gets another 10. He's currently running with a 111 tournament average right here. 13th string was a 136. It'd be nice if I updated the correct scoreboard. 147. Wood's not the most helpful. Lee's gonna have to cut the shot over. Ball deflection's perfect. What a shot. Good usage of the ball to play the gaps. You can hear Calvin? I can't see him. .30 and a ball for Lee's. No pins left standing yet. Box 4. 4 horsemen, unless the 4-pin tips over, or the 2-pin, or everything else for that matter. 8 drop on the spare. Thank you very much. The right side of the wood is on next to the head pin. Let's see. Has to play the tip. Perfect. Back-to-back marks. Still no pins left standing. Same situation again of that working ball. Saw Evan Riva earlier. Neither of... At least hasn't started on the head pin in the past 3 boxes, but has 2 marks right here. Not how you start, it's how you finish. Definitely emblematic of the spirit here at Ray's Easter Classic. Again, wherever Ray Semino may be in the cosmos, I hope he's looking down and seeing what a wonderful scene this tournament is flourish into. It's always been a good scene, but really a tournament for everyone and the best of those. Lisa's made this lead before. This time he plays on the outside, but without the ball there, the pin just flies around, and it doesn't create as reliable a carom, and he'll be markless in the 5th. No, it'll be 8 this time, but a 63.5 for Nate Lees. First pin's left standing. Take the smudge away, Gregory. That's correct now. 63.5. And now your Bowler of the Year and Pro Series champion, Jimbo Ayotte. Jim Ayotte, of course. We call him Jimbo. That's how he appears on the score sheet as well. Checkmark right side, or is it? Nope, 5-pin's gonna drop out. Ayotte's still got pins working. Don't quit on this now. 6-10. Wood gets out of the way and gives Ayotte a clear view of it. Bowler of the Year is the distinction given in the Pro Series for having the most Pro Series points. Ayotte makes the spare. That's most Pro Series points across the many events. And of course, Pro Series champion, winner of the playoffs. I need to look into it. Craig Holbrook has definitely won both Bowler of the Year and Pro Series champion. But no one else could come up with the name of any others. I need to look into this more closely. Goodness knows if tournament organizer Dave Barber, as well as Nate Lees for that matter, can help me out with that. It's greatly appreciated. A 7 drop for Ayotte. Seven pin doesn't go. No extra pin that time. 25 through 2. Payout has competed in 10 Easter Classics before this one. Best ranked finish was 8th, 2,448. When he got 2463 in 2012, only that was 15 pins more, he fell 8 ranks. Let me say that again less confusingly. 2012, he was 16th place for 2463. In 2016, he only had 2,448, just 15 pins different, but that's good for 8th ranks and a cash. 2021, 2,418, 9th place, cashed again. Payout misses a spare at the 6-9. Completes the 10. Payout was high up on the leaderboard at one point. It slipped away, unfortunately. 121, 115, and 112. Still maintaining a 118 average. Plus, if he starts going off on the next few boxes, never say never. Payout digs in, 4-7. Well, this could be the start of that. He missed his last make-a believe, but Payout could start to go to work again here. This wood out front is a problem. At least Payout's got a backup ball. That helps things, but still he trips on the wood and spins out. Too bad. Drops into the channel, score that 9. Payout also bowls with Team Academy 2 out of the Friday Night Pro League. He has a 120.4 road average over there.
What we started from, what year?
Academy 2 is top of the shop in the standings right now.
You know what gonna be like? You know, like the
And a spare, 247 converts. So a lot of good hits for Jimbo. 5 headpin hits, 4 of them producing make-a-believes. 2 executed, but you see how easy it is
Music fades out and everything. We'll wait about 10 years.
for Jim to go off.
Well, I'll have a bunch of titles.
I mentioned
Well, I'll have a bunch
Friday Night Pro League standings. Academy 2, Woburn 1. It's actually quite a clear divide. 30 games, 30 match points apart between Academy 2 and Woburn 1. Union Street, Central 1. Woburn 2, Central 2, Riverwalk, and Sunnyside are the top 8 teams, and in the playoff picture there. Now here's Chris Bover. He starts off with the 4 pins left side. And there is a lot to talk about with Bover when it comes to this event. A lot of good things, I hasten to add.
I gotta keep moving.
Consider this is the 34th Easter Classic. Chris Bover is now on his 26th. Needs a third ball here. And he's got 8. Between 1995 and 2022, he has cashed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 times Chris Bover has been in the money. First place in 2014 and in 2018. $18,320 made in just this tournament alone. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Matt, you might want to give him some advice. I see you there. Help him out. The The answer was apparently to play it on the 6-pin and just pray that the pin just sails through everything. Bovair will go to the right side, tries to send it. Oh, he almost did make it. Made the parallelogram. That was impressive enough. Well, folks, if you're trying to get lessons from learning from these top bowlers, now you know how to play shots like that. Just get the motion going in the correct direction. Score that 10, a well-earned 10. It so easily could have been less. Bovair takes aim. Side saddle triangle, 2-4-8. Plays the wood on the left side and it stumbles out of the way. Bovair currently in 22nd. Last three strings, 124, 146, and 124. That's 11th through 13th. So, although he has a 117 tournament average, he's actually been bringing it up in the past few strings. Sign of the endurance required to go far in this event. So 2 frustrating so-called backpin leaves. Bovair's got multiple pins to deal with. Actually, it was a split, of course, on the second box. Ugh. Curse you, pins, curse you. 2, 3, 4, 6, 10. Who's winning? Tim Douglas. Still. For the past several strings. I say that flippantly just because Tim Douglas has been going wire to wire and it's been very good. 111, 130, and 139 in the past 3 strings. That is a guy who can wreck some pins if given the chance. And he's continuing to do it here. So much. Not just explosive, but consistently explosive. Bovair scores 7. There's a good Bovair ball. Leans in, 6-pin, tips. Strike. And Bovair will take a seat and ponder that. Brings back up Nate Lees on a 63 half. Aon may have close to that, of course. Are any of the leaders coming up to lane 22? Someone asked. Well, out of the corner of my eye, I see Dave Godwin and Calvin Locke, as well as Adam Melanson a lane further down. So we've got some good names coming up. At any moment, though, my executive producer might override me here and say, hey, let's start chasing these leaders outright. We'll see what we want to do here, but for the time being, we're keeping it here for lane 22 And any additional coverage we will inform you of as soon as possible. 1-7-9-10. Head pin will stay put for Lees. That's probably better than the alternative. So a head pin versus... Anytime you gut out the middle 2 rows, that's pretty bad news. At least there's planks in front of the 9-10. Maybe Lees has a way, but he doesn't find it. Looking to find the range on the head pin. On the next box, 9. Digging out of these just so fine. He's losing less than a pin per box. Less than a pin per open frame. Four horsemen and the 9 for Lees. So a makeable configuration. He's got 2 spares. Ooh, that tangled up. Too slow into the 10 pin. It really takes a decisive push to get these pins over. You saw it, how much it took on Beauvair's strike. We'll score that a 9. Eight pins for Lees. 2-7. Yes, Kevin Gratton is bowling. Thank you for asking. He's got a 113 average working right now. I bit of the wood. No, can't hit the wood in behind. Lees, of course, knows it straight away. It would have been difficult anyway because he doesn't have the red line lined up with the 2 pin. He had the high tip of the wood, so still would have been challenging. Almost placed it perfectly to picked up both pins, but instead 8. Oops. Dropped a few frames suddenly. Hopefully that doesn't keep up. Come on, Internet. Don't fail me now. You've been so good all day. 6-7. Boy. The wood is intersecting. I'm not sure since the tips are adjacent. He's just taking a good look at that. I don't know if playing the intersection is naturally going to work. That said, I can't envision a better way. The only alternative I can think of is right tip of the right wood. He'll play the intersection, see if he can split the difference, and indeed it just fizzles out. Ooh, close to slicing that over, but another 8. Seven through 9. Thanks, Nico, for letting me know. My stream health seems to be improving rapidly. Sorry for any lost frames there. Three pins down for Lees. After contending with 2 splits in the past 2 boxes. Lost it out there, but collects pins, so still a chance to pick up at least 9 or 10, depending on whether he wants to cut this head pin. We've seen him take aggressive cuts on 3rd ball, so he may well choose to do this again. If so, his play is on the right side of the head pin. But he will go the safer route this time. He does collect 8, however. 105. Now over to Jimbo Ayotte.
They were telling me you didn't know who I was. So.
What? I know. I didn't see you. I didn't see
Oh,
you.
you didn't see me? You can hear me from a mile away.
Eight drop for Ayotte on the spare. Here comes the chance. Ooh, it's not going to spin around. Put the 8 on the board here. There you go. 62 half for Ayotte. Baller of the year. Ayotte's number 1. 10 bucks. Ayotte's hit every single head pin he's seen so far. 6 for 6. How's BJ Hamilton doing? 101, 99, and 98 in the first 3 strings. Still good for a tournament average of 109 overall. It was nice to meet Calvin, but I know exactly who you are. I watch Ripping the Rack podcast on YouTube and wherever your podcasts are. Hi, Tim. Hi, Brian. On that note, Ayotte gets the 9. Also, Tim Matero, we miss you. Next year, Easter Classic? Sorry, apparently bullying Tim Matero is the cool thing to do. Just bandwagoning along. 4-7-10 for Ayotte. Again on the head pin. Can he make this wood work? Ooh, spun it behind. Just away. That's 9. Still a chance for 110. Nico says string 14 is up. Let's see if I can see it on my end. Oh, yes, we can. Thank you, Nico, for the tip. Oops. Little frame drop there. 3, 6, 7, 10. The pins may be connected end to end. Ayotte cuts it over. Brilliant shot. Third spare, and that one was a beauty. Once Ayotte gets to the end of his string, I'll take a look at everything. Scores are correct as you see them on your screen. 100 and a ball. Crossed over. Is that 2 going to drop? It does. That's good news for the spare fill, but bad news for the lead. 107 through 9. I don't know if that wood can trampoline it. And if Ayotte even does make the trampoline effect, the other piece of wood lying vertically might block it. Or he might sail over everything. Balls can fly. He sends the pin, and the 10 stays put. He ends up with 9 and a 116 for Jimbo Ayotte. So, after 14 strings, the string before this one, Tim Douglas is still your leader. 52 pins ahead now of Joshua Daly, who's got a 107. 66 ahead of Calvin Locke, who we'll see in 2 strings time. Tim Hazard, now at a 122, starting to move up here. Maintaining that 122 average is helping him out. Chris Merrill, 111, still maintaining that 122 average. The defending champions now 5th. Tied 6th, Dean Sullivan and Jonathan Boudreau, both 102 pins back now. Bovair filling the strike, 5 so far. Adam Melanson rolled a 98, unfortunately, but his average is still 120. Corey Smith, 101. John Kafalis, 99. So are we running out of gas? Not Jerry Dunn. He's got 143. Looking to be the highest amount of movement I've seen in this string. I think Jerry Dunn had the highest string. Bovair gets 7 on the strike, Phil. 3rd ball coming up. Connects with the head pin this time. It didn't cooperate fully, but it's an 8 box. I can now more accurately report that Chris Bovair had an average of 116 in this tournament so far. If he gets one more mark, he could just about approach that again. So again, 6 strings still to go. Plenty of time for things to shift. Bovair finds a way, pins crumple, 3 pins stays put. What's there? It's almost taunting Bovair. He throws left to right. He's going to have to throw it almost through that wood. He makes it through. Keeps the ball on track and on schedule, and there's that mark, which will give Bovair the chance to bring this string up to his tournament average. And still 3 boxes to go beyond that. He's had a few 8 boxes and a 7 box. But nothing a mark can't fix. It'll take a few marks at this point. He rips in, got 6. (74 through 7 for Bovair.
Did you say I'm not fun?
Audio shouldn't be gone. I hope not. Someone please tell me my audio isn't actually gone. It should be intact. 3-6-10 on the 3rd ball for Bovair. And there we go. 9 bucks. Good. I am audible. Fantastic. A lot of people wondering, can I sign up for next year? Best way to do it is just keep an eye on Leda Lane's postings. They always keep their website up to date. Fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for letting me know. Head pin hit. Bovair strikes again. Now we can get up into the 110s. Next up, Dominic Palladino, JJ Turkney, and Jeremy Van Dyke. It was Turney, Van Dyke, and LaRoche, I think, we were watching last year. That was a good bit of entertainment there. Just 3 bowlers really enjoying a full day of bowling. And a lot of people are starting to see the appeal of this. And that's why, although this is a championship caliber event, you're also seeing the everyman bowler, the league bowler who just loves the game and loves the notion of just spending a whole day in this great bowling center, Leda Lanes, Nashua. Beauvert comes back, and that's all going to land on the strike. Upgrades the fill to 9. Now guarantees himself a 110 string with that second ball. End ball gets the piece of wood, deflects away, thanks for nothing. 9 box, 111. So that's that. 105, 116, 111 for Lee's, Ayotte, and Beauvert, and we will take an audio timeout and be back with string number 16. We're going down the stretch in just a moment. And just a quick note, it's still 160 of you watching across all our platforms. This is fantastic. Thanks so much for making us a part of your Easter Sunday. If you like what you like, if you like what you're watching, hit the like button. Give everyone the chance to discover this great game and this fantastic tournament. We'll be right back with string 16 in just a moment. We are back. String number 16, Dominic Palladino, to my delight, is first up. I say that because last year he was the one singleton bowler the way things worked out in the 70 bowler tournament. Multiples of 3 to a lane. Someone had to be the one. But this year, Dominic Palladino, as I'd argue, some of the most fun lane mates I can imagine. JJ Turigny and Jeremy Van Dyke. Good action on that third ball. Wood's gonna tip. And there were some thrilling shots like this as well. I'm looking forward to this one. No, gets away here, but it'll be 8.
Okay.
Palladino has been in this tournament twice. Best score 1,993. He's got the head pin here and a strike in the second. So although Palladino doesn't yet have a 100 average in this tournament, he does have a 105 average in the ACST Division, ACST Class B, North Division 1, 105 average, good for top of the shop. He leads JJ Turigny by 14 match points, despite JJ Turigny's higher average of 107.8. But we'll get there when we get there. On the strike, Palladino. No one's doubled yet today. He got the head pin, but a little too thin, I'm afraid. So a second ball coming up to complete the job. By the way, during one of our stoppages, right before the lunch break, Dave Malahan actually did dump a double strike in the 10th. So if you want to go back to the footage, you'll see at the very end after we cut the audio on string number 10 afterwards. You'll see Malahan do that, formerly Dave Podge, of course. 6 fill on the strike. Palladino didn't get the follow-up there, but a great third ball to get the 10 box out of it. Nice shot. The little details matter in the scheme of things. Palladino actually is running a 100 average at last check, although I'm checking the 13 string scores. Point being, if Palladino can crack into triple digits, he may have his 100 average yet. He still has it. He had a 102 last. Head pin hit and a chance for another mark here. At a pace. Dominic just goes around it. 3 pin remains. Again, my name is Greg Gouillart, live here, Candlepin Bowling Network, Facebook and YouTube. Thank you so much for making us a whole part or your entire Easter Sunday. Either way, greatly appreciate it. Four pins down for Palladino. Left a Dave Chestercove special in reference to his penchant for the shot on New England Candlepins. If I say the show's name enough times, maybe it'll come back. Why is it only the bad things you say to a mirror 3 times that appear? 4 pins remaining. Cheers, Prince. Appreciate it. 8 box. Not bad, 51.5. Another one of those in the 100 average is on. Now JJ Turigny with that 107 average I mentioned before. Very few matches remaining in the Atlantic Candlepin Singles Tour. We're getting down towards playoff season. Boy, what is that? Oh, brutal luck for Turigny. He's got the 4, 5, and 10. Wood swivels around to the right side of the 5-pin. That's his only play for a mark. He plays it, not bad, but it only rolls left. Drops in the channel, score at 9. Turigny is also bowled in this tournament in 2022. Finished 1,964 in that tournament. But he's got a 105 average here. So his quest to top that is near certain to succeed, although we still have a few strings to go yet. 5 is a lot. He would know he bowls in the ACST. A bail right side, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10. Why, yes, Dave Godwin is in lane 21. So is Calvin Locke, who I can now see very clearly. Thank you very much. Close on the hay bale. A good second ball for Turigny. He didn't go. And a good 10 here. Drew Steele says, I hope these guys all took tomorrow off from work. Them arms and backs gonna be hurting. Yeah, I'd say so. I still remember one bowler's quip. I said it earlier in the show, I confess, but he said, bowling the 20 strings is the easy part. What happens the next day is the hard part. It's bowling, but it's exhausting. Head pin in, 3, 4, 6, 10. Zoe quips, don't get too close to Calvin. He infects people with his weird charm, LOL. In that case, I have a direct exposure to admit to. Turigny tries to slice it, just got too full of the 3-pin. Thank you, Jackie. Headpin, hey, what a 10 that is! 6, 10, 4 in that order. Thank you very much. Exit out. Little things can make a big difference down the line. Every pin counts in this 20-string format. 1, 8, 10. Maybe it's stuff like that why Turigny has suddenly improved 5 pins in average since the last time he bowled this tournament. One 8, 10. Got the head pin, sent the pin in front of the 8. And another close call. I tell you, he's making stuff happen out of this. $9. 4, 7-10. Takes the safer way out to the left side. This is the object nonetheless. It was the better play. 46.5. Now Jeremy Van Dyke. This is Van Dyke's 4th Easter Classic, and he's ranked better and better every way. 2019 scored 17-18, 2021 1982, and in 2022 2054. Head pin 6-7-10. Van Dyke currently on a 101 average in this tournament. 6-10, collected but not the 7. The interesting thing to note is Turigny was actually 4 for 5 on the head pin, but only got really one great leave to speak of. A 9 for Van Dyke. So the only mark we've seen so far is that one strike from Palladino. Early days yet for Van Dyke's 16th string. One, 3, 5, 6, 8. You know, consider, if this count is to be believed, 1,855 entries across just about 500 people over the many years of this tournament since it began in 1989. You can multiply that number roughly by 20, although consider that some did not finish the tournament. Jeremy gets 6. But of all those strings, consider that only 11 have been over 190. Or 190 or above, I should say. And the only soul who's bowled a 200 is John Zernicke, 211. And the very first year of the tournament, 1989. Lemon drops on the first one for Jeremy. Second ball back is a good one. Boy. I guess a pin escaped into the gap, but still a puzzling result out of that. Hay bale in a 10 pin. Gets out half the rack, so not bad there, 7. Tends to be a good third ball when you get rid of half the pins. In this tricky game of candlepin. All right, pin bumps off the wall. Nope, sorry, not going to get the 5 pin. Jeremy Van Dyke taking a look at 6 pins. Oops. Third ball coming up. Gets back on the head pin. What a good out that is. 32 through 4. soon as we get that 15th string update, let's see. Is it here by chance? Not yet. So I'll remind you of the results through 14 instead. Tim Douglas, first place. Josh Daly, 52 back. Calvin Locke, 66 back. Tim Hazard, 88. Chris Merrill needs 89. Dean Sullivan and Boudreaux are 102 light. Adam Melanton, 109 back. Corey Smith, 124 back. And John Kafalis, 130 back. Chasing Tim Douglas's 1798 through 14, a 128 average. For the spare, that's a good bid. It's pretty to make that 3-1. Torigny will collect 10 out of that, a quality 10. Back out to Palladino, who's got the only strike of the 3. Strike 6 earlier. So some subdued atmosphere here. I think some supporters have gone away, but certainly not all. Still a number of people on hand, and as I look around, the lower numbered lanes also still have quite a bit of activity as well, all of 1 through 18, of course, in use at this time, and this tournament's getting good down the stretch. Palladino starts with 2, the half Worcester. I can see Calvin Locke score from here. He's on a 52 half, so he'll need to start picking it up here to start making a run at Tim Douglas's total. Still a very good showing for Locke. Definitely looking forward to seeing him in just a moment's time. 4 box for Palladino, I'm afraid. Still plenty of time to get that mark and get that 100 average back up. Palladino here, head pin hit, 2 tapped. Now, is that good if it falls? I think it's better it stayed up. You see the wood hiding behind. Lands on the cap of the wood. Oops, lost his balance at the line. 7 here. Sean Howard in the green is visible on our screen to our right. Owner here at Leda Lanes. I've said it a bajillion times, but considering it's an unprecedented field here at the Easter Classic, he and his team have done a fantastic job. Lots of attentive staff here, always ready to grab deadwood at a moment's notice. Pace of play being very important so that we can get through the 20 games in a timely fashion. One, 3, and 5. True story. I got to get my wife from the airport as soon as this is over, so she'll appreciate that too. Great job, Leda Lane staff. Palladino scoops an extra pin and collects 8. Just that little bit extra on the 3rd ball. Brandon Martins is not with an eye shot in the lanes to my left, unless I'm blind. Unless my eyes are shot, as it were. Ooh, Palladino nearly struck there. Well, it's going to swivel around and form a harder target, I think. Has to be careful not to drop into the channel as he approaches this wood. He's on the lane and on the board. With a second mark, I should say. Travis Wallace is doing well, someone asked out there. 117 average right now. Tied for 21st place, 16:41 through 14 strings. So 241 ahead of pace. On a spare field, Palladino. He's got the head pin in a bunch. Nickel and dime. 10 pin won't go, but he's got a piece of wood in front of the 5 pin with which to utilize. Now a pause here as the adjoining lane 23 closed for maintenance. Adam Melanson on lane number 20 just dropped a 174, including an all-mark back half. No mark for Palladino. He tried to bounce off the 5 pin. Wood in front. So a 10 box. So 174 for the Canada man. He was 109 back of the lead. So consider this. If Tim Douglas rolled 100, which he has not done for quite some time, but if he did, Melanson would suddenly be within 25. It remains to be seen how Douglas responds from his own lane across the room. JJ Turigny on lane 22. Someone was interested in Travis Wallace updates, 122. He had a strike on the end. That happened just to our left. I cut out Adam Melanson. Yeah, if I could get a score sheet on that 172, that would be something, but I'll probably just watch the footage back of lane 20 right now, and we can all enjoy that for ourselves. After all this, third ball coming up for Turigny. He's got 5 pins to go.
Here we go.
174 should be highest for the day, but I could be mistaken. .53 through 6 for Turigny. Kenny's been holding on to a 105 average, been doing pretty well. Just got to stay the course here. Look at the washout on that. Now a chance to just scoop the head pin. Well, originally the narrative with these new pins is, boy, it's going to take years before they break in. But Turigny with the working ball makes it work. And 63 and a ball through 7. Turigny on the spare fill. Lane 22. Almost got a piece of the head pin. Not bad for Horseman. Thank you. I knew someone was going to set me straight. Calvin Lockett, a 175 at string 8. knowing me, I bet there's another one I've missed as well. Durigny needs it on ball 3. Gets a couple, that's 8. Durigny mixing out pins 1, 2, and 7. And with thanks to Nico again for the shout, we've got ourselves a string 15 update. Calvin Locke has moved up into 15th place. He has that 52 half, but keep a little eye on lane 21. Nice spare by Durigny, his second. .87 in a ball. So again, with good count here, he can get closer to his 105 tournament average. See the natural progression from right to left in turn order. Now Durigny's turn. Now the spare fill is 7. In fact, the pin's going to swivel around, not take anything else, so he'll have to settle for 94 through 9. But a chance here. A spare, and he's north of 105. He just is wide. But into the triple figures. Had it already on the first ball, of course. Oh, placed it. I thought better than that. 9 is fine, 103. Thought he would have gotten that ball deflection into the 10. It brings up Jeremy Van Dyke. On deck, Travis Wallace, Dave Godwin, and Calvin Locke on the feature table. Pin dropped. Van Dyke got back on the head pin and a 2, 6, 7, 10. So Tim Douglas is actually behind me, so I wouldn't be able to catch him on this setup here. Oh, brother. 5, 7, 8, 10 for Van Dyke. 4th time he's split. Yeah, Bob, it's difficult to narrate. Bowlers are having a tough time of it, but 4 splits here for Van Dyke. I mean, not that I'm complaining to you, Mr. Hall of Famer. But proportionate credit where it's due. They're making some of their objects, though that 3rd ball gets away in a 7 box. Calvin Locke is in progress on lane 21. He's at 72 through 7, having pinned out twice. Tim Douglas is first after 15 still, 40 pins ahead of Calvin Locke, 45 ahead of Josh Daly, and then a rift to Tim Hazard, 92 back. There's a bust up for Van Dyke, 10 pin. Wood in front. Cap is there. Oh, Calvin's not getting a break on 21. Jerry Dunn threw another string. That's now 3 straight he's thrown north of 140. 145, 143, and 153. He's now 92 back and is suddenly shot up to 4th place, tied with Tim Hazard. Van Dyke gets this. Cap first gone. Chris Merrill is hanging around, but 105 has him back at a 120 average. He'll need some help. Jonathan Boudreau, 96 back. He's hanging in there with a 115. Dean Sullivan, 106 makes 120. Adam Melanson currently showing tied 9th, but that does not factor in his 174 we just saw a moment ago, albeit off camera. Strike on spare. Van Dyke now heating up. Oh, the power one timely strike can have to turn the fortunes. Calvin is on 81 through 8, and you were seeing after the first ball. Calvin no mark, so he will be fighting for triple digits in box number 10. Not the position he wanted to be in, unless Tim Douglas suddenly slows down as well. He sort of has. Tim Douglas threw 109 in the 15th string, so a little bit more down to earth for Tim Douglas. Here's Van Dyke now on a strike. Nobody's doubled on lane 22, just saying. He got the head pin, yikes. Still filling here. Wood will not hang around, so it's a bona fide spread eagle. Really wants it, nope, threw it down the middle. So the strike fill is 4. Oops,
Yes.
5 on the end.
So reset it.
So next up will be Travis Wallace, Dave Godwin, and Calvin Locke, and we'll be back for that. String number 17 of 20 as we wind down a long day of bowling here at Leda Lanes in Nashua for Ray's Easter Classic. We will be right back in just a moment. Audio timeout. Brief update, folks. So I walk across the lanes to Justin Scally, who reads my mind and says, "You want Tim Douglas's score, right? It's 137." So that's the bar to beat right now in the 16th string. So a challenging, daunting bar to beat for the set by the man who is already 40 pins ahead. And I confess I looked away from Calvin Locke's box, last box there, but I don't think he was much north of 100, 110, so Douglas will gain on him. The question is also Josh Daly, who is 45 pins back. As soon as I have that update, I will get it for you. In fact, I will see if I can do that right now. Be right back. Looks like we're taking a little extra time, but string 17 will begin in just a moment. And welcome back. String 17 of 20 under lane from Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. Greg Gouillart, Candlepin Bowling Network. Paul Grant is busy with the iPad in the background, but I'm not sure if this will be a recording or a stream. Currently setting that up, but it is in lanes 1 through 18. 4 horsemen left side. This is Travis Wallace on lane 22. Deals away, had the cab in front and did very well to steer it in. Great start. So I talked all day about the history of this tournament, but in just a moment, one bowler will make history of their own, and at the current moment it's projected to be Tim Douglas, who just rolled a 137 in string 16, we've now learned. That's more than Calvin Locke. I did not check on Josh Daly. I apologize. I tried to. This is Travis Wallace's second Easter Classic. Last year, came in 13th place with 23.96, just an iota short of a 120 average. Wallace on the fill. All right, more kit tipping over, and a 17 start. 5-7-9. Wood there, trying to spin it. Ooh, kicked behind the 7. Gee whiz. Nicely pinned. So 4 straight accurate shots for Travis. He is currently in 11th place, 1787. 120 pins behind the leader. In string 15, he rolled a 146. He also has a 138 in string 12. And he has a check mark here. Three, 5, 6, 10. Ooh. Just into the 5 pin. Crumbs, we've almost got 200 viewers across everything. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, and everyone thanks you for being a part of this. Foul ball, 7 box. Thank you for being a part of this historic day. 34th edition of Ray's Easter Classic, the premier 20-string candlepin bowling tournament since 1989. 3 down. Well, ooh, just chipped away one more. One, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. This is tricky to pin out. Didn't quite get a piece of the head pin, unfortunately. Unfortunately, 8 pins have gotten away in the past 2 boxes. Wallace on that 119 tournament average. Keep an eye also on Adam Melanson to his left, tied 9th at a 119 average at last check. But that was checking before the 174. As soon as I have a lead on string 16 results, I will let you know, or someone else will. Diamond right side. Wallace carves in. Oh, the left side is the one that let him down. So a 9 out of that, 48 half for Wallace. I'll remind prize money extends through 15 places right now, so still plenty to play for. $50 to the 5 high singles out of the money. Grand prize for the Easter Classic this year, $4,400 USD. 1,800 to second place, 1,200 third, and then down $100 at a time, all the way down to 15th place. 110. Dave Godwin, 110. Ooh. Dave Godwin could have been wearing a Lucky Strike shirt. Today wearing a fantastic JD Seamless Gutters shirt, though I assure you, Dave is not from Yarmouth, Nova Scotia. Gets in there this time. 10 pin. Ooh, it's not going to tip on Godwin. He'll have a tougher leave than he was after. Godwin has bowled in 13 previous Easter Classics and has been 4th place twice, including last year. Wood betrays him. And the split does indeed cost him the mark. 10 again. Chase down some wood here. Godwin bowls with Academy 2 in the Friday Night Pro League. Number 1 currently, Academy 2. He has a 116.7 road average. He's got a mix, 2-4. Good head pin hit. He currently has a 114 average. And a spare here today. You got it. Godwin no pins left standing so far. Now on the mark. Gets away. But they continue to fall. And the 178 is what looks back at him. 7 drop, 37 through 3. Good start. But now a tricky situation to pin out of. CompuScore seems to have given him credit for only 6. I'll wait a second to see. No, it's distinctly wrong. It doesn't know what it wants to do. In fact, it's dithering between 2 numbers at the moment. And the score should read 46 when all is said and done. That's why it took a while to reset. Nope, well, I'll let the computer read 44. Godwin's not high up the standings, so I suppose he won't make a fuss. But let it be known, we have the video proof here. He has indeed rolled a 46 through 4. 6, 7, 9, 10. The Pro Score system is actually, I believe, a Canadian invention. Most commonly used in 5-pin tournaments, including some pretty pictures when you get multiple strikes in a row and, of course, that rare 450 perfect game. Godwin working well out of the split. He's got a quality 10 here and a 56 half. And now, Calvin Locke. At the 15 string mark, Calvin Locke was runner-up, having rolled a 135. Didn't have the best 16th string, not the one he was after, and Tim Douglas has likely gained ground. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in the Final Four, which will pass by our lanes here. Here he comes, on the head pin. Boy, 2-4-7-9, and that's the start for Locke. Co-host of Ripping the Rack podcast on YouTube and wherever your podcast can be found. Not a bad cut. Wearing his New Brunswick Outlaws shirt from the Worlds. 9. Anson's also wearing his, if you haven't noticed. Calvin Locke has been in this tournament 3 times prior. 2011, 6th place, 25-35. 2012, 11th place, cashed, 25-03. 2022 slid back to 22.93, but now on pace to get back to the 125 averages that allowed him to cash last time. Split required, not to be. Third ball coming up. And an 8. The situation is currently Tim Douglas, Calvin Locke, and Josh Daly. That was at the 15th string mark. As soon as I have a beat on string 16, I will let you know, or someone will, doubtless. Stats are available at LedaLanes.com. But I'll save you a click. String 16 is not available just yet. Full marks, of course, to Leda Lanes for juggling everything and getting these scores updated. We all truly appreciate it. Locke. Now. 4, 5, 7, 8. What is vanishing before his very eyes? Save one piece. Diagonally in front of the 5. Check the placement. He's going to go red line. Sends it and stymied by the 7. You see the reaction. Gutted to not get that. Nicely pinned for 10. 3 head pin hits, no quality leaves for Locke, and no marks just yet. He's been generally accurate, clearly a microcosm of his day so far if he's been doing so well. Nico, your refreshing commitment is commendable. I truly appreciate it. Truly a great fan of the game of bowling, and hopefully we will see these results soon. Locke, 2-5-7, split again. 3 splits and a parallel pin leaf. Gotta make something work. He got it! Ball on the left side of the wood. He's giving the most bemused reaction here, but put that on the board. I'm not sure how that one pin shot forwards out of all that. Incredible. So, all day long, we've seen a number of strings start innocuously and then suddenly come out of nowhere. Spare strikes at timely moments. It's way too early to say in Calvin's case, but past performance may indicate future results. We'll see. The fill. Rips through. Head pin tips. What a break for Locke. 45 through 4 and a chance against the 4-7. So the one time he misses the head pin, he gets a great leave. So the Cosmos orienting themselves the right way around now, and Locke makes his second consecutive mark and sits down. Travis Wallace back up. So can Locke still make a run here? Still a lot of intrigue and still plenty of time for things to happen. Wallace first. Wallace carves into full. Spread eagle. All right, 3-pin. Creates a gettable arrangement. 3 on the left side certainly still available. Wallace goes for them all and gets 8. Wallace steals away 6, 7, 8, 10. Adam Melanson stealing away. He's on 67 through 6. AC's got a tough split here. Wallace is a tough one too. Can he get these 4 pins to go? Yes! Intersection of the wood, nicely played. Oh, that's pretty when it all disappears like that. 66 and a ball through 7. And a chance to get over par now. Second mark this string. Timely strikes have changed the fortunes of many a bowler. Doesn't matter who you are in the standings. But of course, someone starting to sniff at the money like Travis Wallace could really benefit from it here. Doesn't have to be first. You get $100 every time you move up a place. His fill got a piece of the head pin. And drops a pin in the back. The 9-pin collapsed, and it becomes a 6 fill. 3-1 split. Flat wood there in front. That's just going to make things annoying, you'd think. Red line sent it behind the 7. Good sticks anyway. That matters too. Three consecutive splits for Travis Wallace. Doesn't get it on the 3rd ball, but still 9. The 10s could matter in a crowded field event. The 3rd ball does make a difference. To what extent, we're not sure.
So I had a score correction in mine, by the way.
You should have 56, right?
Yeah, there was,
Ah,
He fixed it. In case anyone's watching.
Half Worcester, left side. The old 2-8 punch out. Our quaint Massachusetts term for it. 1-6-7. 1-4-6-10, I beg your pardon. Boy, that is a head scratcher. Got the head pin, what an out that is. Wallace turns 6-10. That's the sort of momentum you need going down to the last 4 strings. So although he would have wanted it much better than 100 pace, still staying the course. A lot of the 20 strings have passed, but not all of them. Head pin. Peels back the outer layer. 5, 8, 9, 10. Some more separation on that wood would be greatly appreciated. Yes, it separated over the 10 pin, makes it easier, and Wallace gets it. Split conversion again. And now a chance to crack into 110 with a really good fill. Bonus ball in the 10th. All right, head pin 6th. Not a bad finish, all things considered. 3 marks, 107. Wallace had a few boxes with the third ball he would have wanted back. Still a pretty good finish on the end. But might that pinning have made the difference? Dave Godwin, 56 half. String 16 results are up. Let's take a look here. And yes, indeed, Melanson and Daly, but they're...
That was a fun one.
First of all, Dave Godwin carves in check mark left. The reverse check mark, if you will. Tim Douglas is first, 2,044, 127 average. Melanson and Daly are tied second apiece. Melanson's 174 was indeed a catapult. But they're both 77 pins back with 4 to go. Godwin can't get this pin to go. Melanson finished in the 100s. Calvin Locke, 4th place, despite his 97 string. Put that in. Tim Hazer at 135, still hanging around. 94 pins back, 121 average. Remaining 120 averages to this point. Jerry Dunn through 118 to hang in there. Corrado Pani, 159. Sneaky good in this tournament. Well, we knew he was talented, but definitely hitting a higher level here. What a great string that was, 159. He's 113 back. John Kafala's dished to 136 and string 16. You can see his practice on the YouTube channel, and it's clearly paying off for him. Dean Sullivan and Jonathan Boudreau round out the top 10, although all of those are below 120 average at this stage. Merrill and Riva, 1 and 2 from last year, now run 12 and 13. A 9 for Godwin. Powerful first ball from Godwin, 4-8. More on the head pin than not, of course. Wood's going to challenge him. Red line spins to win. And Godwin has his second mark. So Douglas, Melanson, Daly, Locke, and Hazard, but no one within 77 pins of Tim Douglas, who again dished to 137. I keep saying dished, I wish I wouldn't. 137 in the 16th string. Folks, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Godwin awaits Turigny's ball on the adjoining lane, and now will take aim at lane 22. Spare fill is a 7. Got that extra corner to carry. Godwin further ahead of schedule now decidedly into triple-digit territory. But it's so tough to get the head pin against those back pins. Did well to get the 1-9. But so many times these new pins run off the sidewall, run through the middle 2 rows, and we've seen that frustrate bowler after bowler after bowler all day today. The dangers of not getting the head pin first ball. Make it 9. The problem with Melanson throws a 170 theory is he just threw a 106. That's the string alone, though. And as you mentioned, Nico, your only point was if he throws a 170 anytime, it does change the complexion. Godwin won't pick this up. 5 pins still to get on the end. Good out. 5 becomes 8. And we turn now to Calvin Locke. 9, 8, 10, spare 8, open spare. Here's Calvin addressing lane 22 now on a bonus ball. Here it comes. He got the head pin. 7 drops, it's a big fill. 9 drop, 64 half. Possibly 2 pieces of wood, one's way out in front. In there, gone. 3 marks in a row, Lock. Smooth delivery throughout. Anecdotally, it seems like a lot of smooth deliveries seem to do really well in this long format. Lock got a piece again. Again, the fill is high. 18, 19, 18. 22 over. I am dying to know what Tim Douglas is doing behind my back because right in front of me is bowling brilliance. I dare not let Calvin hear me. He is on 4 in a row. Absolute clinic here on the feature lane. It's not the precipitous drop it used to be. Once upon a time, it was $5,000 and less than $1,000 for first and second. This year, the difference is $4,400 and $1,800. Lock again. Thinner on the head pin this time. 6 ain't bad. 98 through 7. It's a backwards check mark, his hardest leave so far in this half. Can he find the spot? Just carved over. Crossed over just a little bit. Didn't get the comeback angle on the 4-7. Pins checked. 10. 108. If Tim Douglas is doing the same thing, Calvin Locke will stay many pins back. If not, this is the sort of pace where Calvin can still run down Tim. A few more marks would help. And there's no way that Tim is letting up right now. Tim Douglas has never won this tournament before, neither has Calvin Locke. Neither has Josh Daly. Locke tears in, carries the extra. He's got the 7-pin, but the wood turned on him. It is now horizontal against the plate. Another piece disappeared into the left channel, and that wood is not covering. Locke goes right at it. Left side, gone! Spins in. 5th mark, you see Dave Godwin encouraging him. Oh no, Internet, don't fail me now. Don't fail me now, Internet, come on. Big moment to share with all of you. Locke drops his towel and deals away. Got the head pin. 7. And is now 35 pins above the pace of 10 a box. This would be a championship caliber shot if he can pull off the 2-4-6. Locke, slice a pin behind the 6. Incredible cut, does not pan out. 10 box, 135. And a deserved round of applause. Oh, what action that was, lived up to its billing. 135 for Calvin Locke, and I am immediately taking an audio timeout to see what the heck is going on behind me and how that stacks up. Be right back. welcome back. Adam Melanson, with apologies for mispronouncing the great bowler's name, is up on lane 22. I'm suffering some audio, or bandwidth issues, I should say, so seeing if I can knock back a few settings and improve the situation here. Melanson made a great shot there. Worst case scenario, if this footage does not come through cleanly, I have a flash drive recording of the rest and we can get it uploaded later. Bump things back a little bit here. And this should help as well. Melanson on the board with a spare. Second box. Oh, he's through the middle. Came in tied second into string number 16. Thank you, Nico. I'm glad. Hoping not too much is dithering. Melanson, well, pins are tipping. Don't give up on this yet. Okay, give up on it now. 2, 3, 4. Having to fight for pins all of a sudden. And he's got 8. Melanson did this tournament last year as well, 2022. Came in 10th place, 2,425. Thanks for the reminder, Nico. Here's your scoreboard, 21 through 2 for Melanson. Adam takes aim. Just wide of the head pin this time. Pins tip for him, high-low jack, 1-7-10. Can't get the head pin cut. Always a high prestige shot. Certainly in our United States bowling shows. Whew. And by the way, to his left, Corey Smith just made a sweet cut. 3-4-6. He's been bowling well all day today. Nine for Melanson. Grant and Bob Lee are back there as well, doing, I believe, either recordings of the high leaders as well. To my understanding, they are not live, so we are the only live stream at the moment. But they are busy producing that, which is why we haven't heard from Bob Lee in a while. Chasing down Tim Douglas, the current leader. No, should have had the object pin there. And Josh Daly, who's close up there in the standings as well. As of the 16th string, Melanson and Daly were tied in second place. Adam having dumped a 174. An 8 box. Chad Reed and Chris Ryder to follow. They've been bowling well also in the 110, so it promises to be another entertaining trio. Melanson's got the 4 horsemen left side, 1, 2, 4, and 7. Wood embeds itself between the 2 and 4, nicely angled, and should push. So a couple of frustrating splits for Adam, including the 3 drop on the spare on the head pin. But a good half overall, considering he had to fight for pins every step of the way. Chad Reed, if I read the scoreboard correctly, had a 129 in the 17th. He got a deserved round of applause. Overall, Chad Reed has a 110 average. He also had a 130 in string number 11. And a 135 in the second and 136 in the 10th. If I could get me one of those, I would be so happy. 4-7. If my records are to be believed. Spare for Reed. This is Chad Reed's first Easter Classic. Again, one more time, thanks Dave Barber for the spreadsheet and the ability to update it. Hope the new copy comes out well, even though my pivot table knowledge is not nearly as good as yours. And thank you to Bob Lee, John Zappi, and Dottie Lawrook for providing the remaining information. I'll wait. Head pin hit and the 7-pin tips as well. Reed gets a strike on spare. Strike on spare for Reed. So again, thanks Dave Barber, Bob Lee, John Zappi, and Dottie Lawrook. I hope that came through. The internet faltered on me. But appreciate you all. Working for Reed. Good hit. Oh, I thought we were going to have our first double on lane 22. That was close. 10 pin. Off the wood doesn't work. 9 fill on the strike for Reed. And a great start. Already 19 above the waterline. Ah, forget about it. 9 boxes, 48 through 3. Wasn't able to get a Tim Douglas update, but as soon as we have it, you'll see it on LedaLanes.com. I will have it for you as well. One, 2, 4, 7, 9. Oh, what a great make that is. Tricky to get it with that extra pin. The 4 Horsemen have been going with some regularity, I will say. Getting that inner pin is something else, and Reed has his 3rd mark in 4 frames. Last spare fill was perfect. Godwin to his right and then take aim. Nice shot, Dave. Over to you, Chad. Second spare fill. He's got much less than last time, though it improved a bit. I'm not sure this wood really offers much more solace against the front two pins. Staying up. Let's see if Reed can get something to go. Got it out there, and only got 9. Great effort. $9. 73.5 for Chad Reed. And now Chris Ryder. Chris Ryder took part last year, finishing with a 2054. This time already up, averaging 113. Leaps and bounds above last tournament. Got into the head pin. He's hoping that wood sets in a good spot as he got it 3, 4, 6, 10. Problem is that middle wood is probably doing more harm than good, I think, unless he could somehow go end to end, but the shot just wasn't available. Three, 7, 10 will stay put for a 7. Chris Ryder had a 115 average, in fact, bolstered by a 155 in string number 10 just before the lunch break.
There you go.
Dinner break? Lunch and dinner? I digress. 3, 6, 7.
Oh, yeah.
Barn doors in front of the 7. Sends it, yes! Great split conversion for Ryder. On the board in string number 18. The defending champion, Chris Merrill, 2021-2022. Seemingly falling out of the picture here, but will still have a winning record in the Easter Classic no matter what, 2-1 at the very worst. 1, 2, 4, 7, 9. Ryder drops 5 on the spare. Hasn't really got much to shoot at, but is making the most of it anyway. Still needs pins. Got 7 in the last open. And got rid of 2 more. That scores 8. Again, this is Greg Gouillart live on Facebook and YouTube, Candlepin Bowling Network. Thrilled to have you all still here at this late hour. Boy, it's getting late, folks. Especially if you're still watching in the Maritimes. Got nothing to do Monday? Hey, not that I mind at all. 148 strong, are you still watching this big major tournament in Candlepin land? candle lamp. 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9. And thrilled to have you aboard. Great privilege to be able to bring you this tournament. And thank you so much for your support by watching. We all truly appreciate it. Strange leave for Ryder. Got on the head pin. So he took out the 1, 3, and no, the head pin's still there. A 3, 9, 10 win, so it basically got out of the right side. Good out. Goes prudently for the left side. And 9. Now Ryder's got a mix and he gets them all. Mark number 2 is a hammer. 4 and 7 were last 2 to drop. So explosive, in fact, there's wood headed this way. And Adam Melanson is going to patiently have to wait his turn. Previous check, he was in second place. Let's see. String 17's not up yet. There we go. Attaboy, Caledon. And up comes Adam Melanson, who's been running second or thereabouts for a while now. Might still be, depending on what everything else is doing. Right now, it's Tim Douglas and the rest, currently, the way the standings shake out. Here he comes on a spare fill, carves into the head pin. Thanks for nothing. 5 on the fill. And now 2, 4, 6, 7, 10. Does this horizontal wood really work if you're trying to send the 2-pin across? Hope the wood doesn't deflect it away. That would be heartbreaking. We won't find out. After all the effort put in. Nicely pinned, 9. So Melanson having to fight for pins here. 3 fill, 5 fill, and then 6 pins away is why he's on pace for currently just 102. But he's had a number of splits to contend with. And of course that 3 fill was on the head pin. And the 5 fill was as well. Boy. Now suddenly you can't get the time of day from these pins. 3, 4, 6, and 10. Cut the split over. Didn't quite get into the 3-6 pocket. And can't get the 4-pin to go either. Basically, it was a great shot and nothing worked. Nine. After Melanson's string, I'm going to try and aggressively pursue the string 17 update for you, 3, 9, 10. It is of great interest what Melanson does here, considering how high up Adam is in the standings. But it's very possible that string 17 stats are posted in-house. I may abandon my post to go check that for you all. Rumor has it Daly may have posted a high string. We'll We'll check the rumors on that. If so, it would be a huge shakeup. Tim Douglas was 77 pins ahead of Adam and Josh. So that actually would be huge. So after 3 consecutive splits for Adam, 5 or maybe 6, I've lost count slightly. It's the 3rd frame I'm confused about, but I have 5 at least down for Adam. Not really any bona fide leaves, and of course, frustrating spare leaves as well. 3. It hasn't had a 10 box either. There is that to be said. But a lot of misfortune has befallen Adam late. And it may cost him his run at the title, but still, could get him paid well. And just as well, considering how much effort it takes for all our Eastern Canada friends to make it down here for this great tournament. Is Adam going to get the backwards roll? Almost. Six spin goes, 10 box. Gets his 10. A world caliber bowler suddenly at the mercy of lane 22 at this late moment. I don't see it frozen on my end. Please let me know if anyone else has this issue. All my stream health looks healthy right now. Alonso digs in. He's got a break this time. Finally. 4-7. After 10 frames, Adam finally gets the break he's looking for. The wood moved out of the way to complicate the shot, but this is nonetheless roughly routine. In the middle, gone. And Adam can start moving further into the 100s. Is it enough? Maybe not right now. 2 strings to go. He's thrown a 170. The Spectre that Daly may have just thrown a 170 looms large, and there is still plenty of time. The fill is 8, and with greatest of apologies to Chad Reed, I'm going to take an audio timeout to check real quick on the scores. Be right back. Well, that was the best of both worlds. Didn't miss a single ball from Reed. Here he is on a 73 half. Takes aim. Just missed the head pin, but he's made this Bob Caleri leave before. Indeed, Daly has crunched the lead down to 26 pins. It is confirmed 175 for Joshua Daly in string 17. Tim Douglas threw 124 to mitigate that, and the lead is 25. Reed just made that shot again, and he has 4 marks in 6 frames. Calvin Locke, a more distant third, but still 69 pins. It is not over for him. He threw that 135, and we knew how momentous that was. The 97 earlier did not help. The 69 back. Adam Melanson, 106 in the 17th. We now see 108 in the 18th at 95 back. And then Tim Hazard, Corrado Pani, Jerry Dunn, Jonathan Boudreau, and Jeff Surratt. Jeff Surratt, the most successful Easter Classic bowler of all time, about to sniff his way back into the top 10. He just rolled 154. A 6 count for Reed, and his string balloons to 89 through 6. Head pin, a goner again. 5 and 7. Mercy, Reed. What a string you're cooking up. And Chris Merrill is in 10th place, the defending champion. Puts up a 128 late. His average is now 119. Got the headpin strike! Reed strikes! 6 and 8! Spare, strike. No mark, spare. No mark, spare, spare, strike. I told you this was going to be fun. Man, this is why we watch every string. It is getting good down the stretch, folks. So glad to have you all along here live on Catapulting Bowling Network. There's one thing we haven't seen yet today. And Reed just delivered it! The first double strike on lane 22 today. Oh, baby! Put all the smudges on the board. So now, a chance to go possibly into the 160s for Reed. 7 marks in 9, including now a double strike. Effectively 8 marks in 9, if you think about it. Chad Reed still has a lot left in the tank. First ball is critical on the double strike. Here it comes. Just missed the head pin. And the fill is 13 on the first strike. Update that. So we already had the 10, now the 3 comes on. The second ball. Missed the head pin again, but more pins collected. The total of the 2 strike fills is 21. And when the dust settles, 150 through 9. Perfectly pinned 160 for Chad Reed. Only 2 pins left standing. Fantastic finish. It brings up Chris Ryder. There has not been a triple strike today. Saw Dave Malahan also throw a double. I have not seen a triple today, excuse me. I hasten to specify.
It always makes for 3 pins, 160.
Gotcha. I gotcha. I know. Chad making sure the record is correct. I had it right. Chad Reed. Chris Ryder. 9 drop. Kevin Locke is cooking up a string again. He's got 72 and a strike through 6. Keep an eye on that. You see him on the adjoining lane, lane 23. Spare on strike for Ryder. This Easter Classic is not over yet. This all lands on the spare for Ryder. 5 more. 14 above par. the standings in just a moment. Remember, $4,400 on the line for first place today. $1,800 for runner-up, and 15 places paid in all. Ooh, Ryder got the 10 pin. Did very well to get 4 out of that arrangement. Very, very close. 9. Canadian representation on its way from lane 21. Corey Smith, BJ Hamilton, and Kevin Gratton will be next up. Chris Ryder, 1:07.910. Locke just made a clutch spare. That's now at least his 3rd mark in a row. I haven't been paying close attention. Hopefully some of you have. Big implications in the standings, which I promised I would mention. Tim Douglas has 21.68 through 17. Daly's 26 back. Locke is 69 back. Melanson is 95 back. Hazard is 109 back. Ooh! How's that for a 10? Send that wood wildly. Calvin just struck on spare.
What a ball, big Cal, huh? Stay within yourself right here. Stay within yourself.
I count. Locke is like 133 through 9, if I'm reading that copy score correctly. Not the copy score, the pro score, of course.
Stay within yourself, Cal.
Ryder takes aim at a 5-8. Uses the wood. Nope, it betrays him. 5 pin is there. Still 3 mark string, very solid. Take a look at Locke now in 23. If I'm seeing that correctly, 123 through 8. Strike working 9th. Nope.
Come on, one nice ball right here. One nice ball.
Voice of Dave Godwin, how can you not get amped up about a string like this? And then what a moment. I will make absolutely sure that Calvin Locke has a camera on him.
Nice game, Calvin.
And his finish is 151, Calvin Locke has. Ryder on lane 22 is a 5-pin split. He'll need pins on the next one. In my interest in Calvin, I've neglected to put the score in. Nice out. 3 out of 4 ain't bad at all. 111 for Chris Ryder. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's more like it. I know we've seen some explosive scores, but this is ridiculous. I've only seen that score once before, and it would not have been on Candlepin Bowling Network. It was in 1989. Take an audio timeout. I'm going to see what I can scavenge and be right back. All right, folks, string 19, the penultimate string of Ray's Easter Classic here. Leda Lanes, Nashua, New Hampshire. We'll get started with that in just a moment, but I wanted to click on and give you some updates. We have Tim Douglas, the leader, 107, below the average he would have wanted. Daly gains 9, 116. But you saw a moment ago, Calvin Locke, game in the 150s, and that is probable to close the gap significantly. So as we go into string 19, a lot of potential for change. We get started as soon as the computers click on here. So again, Tim Douglas 107, Josh Daly 116. Calvin Locke has likely crunched his gap between him and Tim Douglas down to about 20 pins or so. Well, Anthony didn't get much traction there, and unfortunately he's likely to lose ground. Actually stay pretty much level, which unfortunately is 95 pins back. All the rest are 100 pins away, though of course if anyone had an explosive string, we'll let you know. Say, for example, if Jerry Dunn has another 140, 140, 150, that would be amazing, but last two strings have been solid, 118 and 121. But the current leading tournament average is 127. Which is above the mark Chris Merrill set in 2022. Merrill, of course, in top 10. Evan Riva right behind Chris Merrill. Art imitating art, I suppose. Life imitating life. And again, we had Boudreaux and Surratt in the top 10 as well. Tim Hazard and Corrado Pani all kicking around in the top 10. Be very interesting to see what comes next. Computers are resetting right now, just making sure everyone's names is up there. Go back to the audio timeout for the time being.